think we have all confirmations, right, from the list here. Oh, cool. And I've received now, she has forwarded me new submissions, so I'll upload. We have received the submission from Alubi, so I'll upload it quickly now so that we can go over it because the shared it just now. All right. All right. Now we have the form submission. So this one, it's a PowerPoint presentation of 16 slides. So
Can we start, please? Maluti? Right, good morning. Will you be representing Maluti Apufung this morning?
Good morning, everyone. Yes, Chair, I will be representing Maluti Apofung. My Mr. Amos Goliath. He was not feeling well yesterday, so I don't know whether he's coming or not, but I've just received a call now from the PA. It's like he's getting lost or something, so
All
I'm
right.
not sure whether he is here or what, but yes.
What do you suggest? Should we wait for him?
Chair, can I just be given 2 minutes just to verify on the call? Then after that, then I will indicate.
All right, let me allow you to do that.
Thank you. Apologies, Chair. We can continue. He is not feeling well.
All right. All right. All right, good morning, everyone. We are reconvening as a panel of the South African Human Rights Commission. Allow me just to introduce the panel. We are proceeding with the same panel as yesterday. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. I will be the chairperson of these proceedings. Next to me, on my right-hand side, is Mr. Tonoko Modise, the acting provincial manager in the Free State Office. On my left-hand side is Ms. Naledi Morojele, senior monitoring officer in the Free State Office. And next to her is our senior legal officer, Mr. Tabo Mpore. We will be the panel, And these proceedings have been convened in terms of the South African Human Rights Commission Act. It's a formal inquiry, and we will, being a formal inquiry, we will expect of you to provide us with oral evidence, and I'm going to request you to indicate whether you'll be taking the oath or affirmation. And if is it only you who's going to make a presentation, or is the gentleman next to you also going to assist you?
He will be assisting me, Commissioner.
All right. Let's start with you. Is it Ms. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth.
and gentleman next to you. Use the other mic, please. Fine. After me, I swear and nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. With Maluti to appear before this Human Rights Commission. Municipal manager or the acting municipal manager?
Acting municipal
He
manager.
is the acting municipal manager, that he fell ill. He did not have the decency to inform this commission by means of a telephone call, electronic communication, nothing. We had to wait here for Maluti Apufung to decide when they wanted to appear before this inquiry. I'm extremely disappointed. Extremely disappointed. And let me also indicate to you, you'll see all the cameras around you. These proceedings are live streamed. Municipality. And the municipality is not taking this commission seriously. I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed. We received your submission, CFO. I don't know who prepared it, but for me, it's just a public relations exercise. That submission could as well have been sent to Tourism South Africa to market the municipality. You were supposed to address us on how you're going to turn Maluti Apufung around. I mean, adverse audit opinion, and you give me a one-liner. How disrespectful is that? How disrespectful is that? The municipality is, one, not taking this commission seriously, and two, is definitely not taking its community seriously. People are drowning in sewer. The media reported on it this morning. Drowning in sewer. And then the commission doesn't take this, then the municipality doesn't take the commission seriously. I'm talking, Mr. HR. Please respect this commission. On that note, I'm going to ask you to take us through your presentation. Just 20 minutes, because we have other municipalities who are actually respectful, who will join you, we will join this inquiry afterwards. And after you've made your presentation, we will then put some questions to you, and we'll take it from there. Over to you, Ms. Mazinho. Do you want us to flight your presentation?
Yes,
Sure.
Commissioner.
If you can just assist there, please.
Good morning to the Commissioner and the panelists. I'm going to take you through the presentation of Maluti Apufung, and can we start with the second slide? The second slide is an introduction of Maluti Apufung, that Maluti Apufung is a Category B municipality. It's located.
May I request, we have gone through your presentation. Okay. Just go to your infrastructure service delivery part. It's later on in the presentation. Okay. We are familiar with the population. I've gone through it. The overview, the population. We've seen that. We've also seen all these councillor names and what they are responsible for. Let's start there. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. We will be on slide number 8 in terms of the services that are rendered by municipality. As a local municipality, we are rendering the water and sanitation. Under this slide, water and sanitation, we do have an entity called Maluti Apofung Water that is assisting in rendering these services to the municipality. We are also providing electricity to the community of Maluti Apofung, the refuse removal, maintenance of roads and stormwater, and then we do have the rates and taxes and the semi-symmetry services. This is amongst other services that we are rendering to our communities. And I think in the next slides, I will be touching on the challenges that we are experiencing as a municipality, and together with my colleague, try to come up also with the remedial actions that we have as the municipality. The next slide, this is the entity that I've earlier touched on, Maluti Apofung Water. They are rendering the services to us of water to the community in some instances or other areas of Maluti. Commissioner also and the panel, I just want to highlight that on this one also we are having the services of the Val Central under the Minister of Water Affairs that is helping Maluti. The base I can touch on the one that is done by the Department of Water Affairs together with Maluti and the Human Settlement in Magolokweng. And in the next slide, I'm going to touch on the human resource. The human resource of the municipality, they think 2 times we are Spluma, the match through in the municipality. This also has created a challenge for the municipality. It's been started by the aligned organogram for the municipality. The next slide, I'll be touching on the financial overview for the past 3 years for this municipality. For 2023-24 financial year, the total grants that funded capital expenditure for municipality was sitting at 224 million. And that gives 25% of the total budget, which currently we are sitting on 55 million. 2022-23 financial year, the funded expenditure capital was for this financial year, it was sitting at around 84% on monthly basis. And the next slide is in terms of the measures that we are trying to take in addressing the current challenges. As I've indicated, that we are having an entity that is 100% dependable to the parent municipality in terms of funding. We fund them 100%, and even the municipality itself, it's having a that we are trying to implement, even though we acknowledge that we are not giving the best services to our customers in terms of the basic service delivery. And Commissioner and the panelists, we do have an credit control, even though it's a businesses. Also under FDC, we have number of businesses that are not paying for the rates and taxes and also for the electricity. And I think also in terms of the revenue enhancement, the councillors and the employees, we are ensuring that we are doing the stop order for them. But also, Commissioner, as I've indicated in my previous earlier on, to say we are not giving we acknowledge that we are not giving the services that we're supposed to give to our communities. We have introduced the 50% incentive scheme to all the debtors of Maluti Apofung in trying to compensate and also trying to get the revenue, and so that we can improve on our services, because with an unfunded budget, it's also difficult for the municipality to implement all the project, or implement all the operation and maintenance that needs to happen on daily basis. And also, as we all know, that Maluti, we have about 21 awards that are rural based, so they are not paying any services. We came with a flat rate to these community members because they do get access to the clean water, so that we can also try to augment what we are getting from the urban area, which is not a lot in terms of the wards, because this one, out of the 35 wards, my apologies, out of the 35 wards, 21 wards are rural. The next slide. There are recommendations and steps and to try and deal with, or to mitigate the challenges that we are having. We are addressing these variances also that are identified on our evaluation roll, because there are challenges that we have on our evaluation roll. We have already engaged with DOE and the Treasury in trying to assist or deal with the variances that we have encountered on the valuation roll. We know that the valuation roll is for 5 years, and the next one we'll be doing is for 2026. It's one of the challenges that all indigent registration consumers, they do apply, and in the last financial year we have improved. Our number went to about 36,000 registered in indigent household. Chair, in the next slide, I'm going to is going to depict the results of the audit outcome. Let me indicate that from 2019-2020 financial year to last financial year, 2022-2023, the municipality has obtained the disclaimer. But let me just indicate, from 2019-2020 up to 2021-22, the municipality has taken the disclaimer approach. The reason being that the municipality was behind in submitting the AFS, and with the change of management, I joined the municipality with the then former MM, we decided just to be up to date with the Office of the Auditor General and take the disclaimer approach, because there were a number of issues that were not there. And just to indicate, as a part of the progress that was made in 2022-2023 financial year, it was the year where we've made a full audit. So the Office of the Auditor General managed to audit Maluti Apofung for the first time, making the full audit. And this full audit, now we have obtained the disclaimer, but Commissioner and the panel, I can indicate that we are now at least having the baseline in terms of the audit action plan that the municipality can start to work with. We do have this audit action plan. The audit committee is sitting regularly. Even last week we had our audit committee meeting, and Provincial Treasurer also visited last week our audit steering committee meetings. We are sitting every Monday. This is a web-based audit action plan that even the National Treasury can see it, because we are using our website in tracking the progress that we are making on the audit action plan, and we are able to upload the supporting documentation. So where we are now, I think we have also met the Office of the Auditor General, as we are the municipality that has been disclaimed, and we have adopted the disclaimer cluster plan that was developed by the Auditor General, that they call it the low-hanging fruits, so that we can improve as Maluti Apofung in the next financial year. We did submit our financial statement on time, and our audit was finalized in November. We do have an ample time to deal with the audit action plan, and I can indicate that we believe that in this financial year, our audit will be improved. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you, Ms. Mazinho. Director, Corporate Services, do you have something to add?
Thank you. I do not have anything to add.
Not even on the HR?
I am quite happy, Commissioner, with the input that the CFO made, especially in respect of the mismatch between the human resources personnel and service delivery initiatives on the other hand.
All right, thank you. Panel members,
today. We actually have a couple of questions that were prepared specifically for Maluti Apofung. So I will not ask all of them now. We'll just ask 3, and then we'll come out for the second round. So the first one is that challenges of river of sewages in Ward 5, where several people have lost their lives. Are you aware of that? What are you doing to change that? Number 2, national and provincial government has powers in terms of Section 154 of the Constitution to support municipalities. Have you received this kind of support? Number 3, audit outcomes for the past 5 years. Maluti has consistently performed poorly with disclaimers. What are the root causes of this, and what are you doing to turn the tide around? Thank you, Commissioner.
thank you. Ms. Morojele.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for the presentation. To Mr. Makubu, I guess on the issue of HR posts, Ms. Mazinho indicated that there's a mismatch between personnel and service delivery. And I think what we wanted to hear from you is what are the plans to address that? Can you also indicate to us what is the reason behind the municipal manager post not being filled? You indicated now this would be the 3rd time now that you will be advertising the post. Can you indicate to us what is the challenges behind that? And can you also give us more detail in terms of when you talked about the unfunded budget? I think we would want the communities and people of Maluti Apofung to understand what you mean when you say you are working with an unfunded budget. I'll reserve my other questions for another round. Thank you.
Thank you, Naledi. Mr. Modise.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff and Ms. Mazinho. And we have been inundated with complaints from Maluti Apofung for the longest period of time. And firstly, Commissioner raised his displeasure on the manner in which Maluti Apofung has, responded to the invitation that the notice that was sent to them, and I echo the same disappointment, Mazinho, because this notice was given to the MM, and we just let now that he is not really attending, because of, his ill health. no written, request. We're not sure that the extent of his, health, but at least that could have been, showed some form of respect to the commission. But be that as it may, it is not the first time that we hear that Maluti Apofum has challenges. It's a story that has been said for years. And I think committee members of Maluti Apofum are really tired to hear that, Maluti Apofum is going through challenges. We want to know, as the commission, how is this going to be turned around to really restore the dignity and the rights of these communities that are perpetually being violated by, this municipality. Let me ask my questions. And I want to go directly to quality of personnel. You mentioned Memazinho, that the type of personnel or staff was not employed in the normal processes in line with your HR policies. What I would want to establish from you is to give us, elaboration of what type of process was followed to employ this personnel, and kindly also explain what should have been the correct process of employing this personnel. And lastly, should you find that, as if you have said, that, and you are aware that this employment of this personnel was not in line with HR processes, what do you intend to do to change this process? And whether these people who are being appointed in these positions, are they qualified to be able to speak to service delivery challenges and needs that this municipality is experiencing? That will be for now, Commissioner. Thank you.
Ms. Mazinho, can you respond to those questions? I'll come in later.
Thank you very much, Commissioner, for the question, and the panel members. I will be addressing other questions as I'm having my colleague next to me. He will address the other ones that I might have not addressed them adequately. So, in terms of the sewer spillages that is on Ward 5, is the municipality aware of the spillage that is happening there? We are aware as the municipality that there are a number of challenges when it comes to sewer spillages, and also most of our sewer treatment plants that are not in operation. What the municipality, the process that we are in now in trying to address the situation. We do have a Val Central and that is assisting the municipality with the money that has been allocated by the Minister of Water Affairs in trying to address the challenges of Maluti Apofung of water and also sewer. And the Maluti Apofung local municipality is also a water authority. We do have the projects that we are implementing. The service providers were appointed through the tender system, and on the 29th of January, the processes, they were addressing that there are 10 sewer, I think it's the sewer motto, or this, yes, there is a project that is addressing sewer also, that we have the service provider on site in trying to assist in this regard. The support, are we getting support from the department? We are getting support.
Sorry, Ms. Mazinho, just on the sewer. Is the municipality Is the municipality aware of the 5 children that drowned in the sewer in Ward 5? And just address me on that firstly.
Commissioner, where I'm sitting now, I'm not aware of the 5 children that has drowned in the sewer. If it's okay with the commissioner, maybe can I just ask my colleague, maybe he is aware. From my side, I'm
I
not
can
aware.
just indicate to you that a councillor of your municipality delivered evidence yesterday about children drowning in sewer in your municipality, and the municipality is not aware. The evidence of this councillor was that he reported this to the political office bearers and the municipal manager. And you are saying that you are not aware of people drowning in sewer? Can the gentleman next to you perhaps respond?
I'm hearing about this for the first time. I'm placing that on record.
Please proceed.
Commissioner, in terms of the support from the sector departments, we are getting the necessary support. As I've indicated on my presentation, I've indicated that we have the DAA agreement that is signed between ESCOM and Maluti Apofung. This has been actually done through the office of the Premier and COGTA, and the provincial treasury is also assisting the municipality in terms of ensuring that there is compliance, especially from the financial side. And in terms of the disclaimer, as I've indicated on my presentation, yes, we do acknowledge that for the past 3 years we have obtained the disclaimer, but on this 4th year, it's the only time where we have done the full audit, and we are having this audit action plan that we do believe as the municipality that it will change the behavior of the municipality in doing things, and also it will assist us in improving our audit opinion. We identified, indicated, we are sitting every Mondays in addressing the challenges that we have. We do receive the material irregularities from next year. Our audit opinion, it will change. In terms of the unfunded budget, what do we mean by the unfunded budget? The unfunded budget, it means our budget that we have as the municipality versus the expenditure. They are not correlating. We are operating on a negative budget. It's unfunded. So when it's an unfunded budget, you have to develop the plan of how are you going to mitigate the challenges. Why are we having the unfunded budget? Maluti Apofung owes ESCOM over 8 billion. This, it reflects on our budget as expenditure. However, we are unable to service the account. We do have an entity, Maluti Apofung Water, that is 100% funded on monthly basis by Maluti Apofung local municipality. That is, amongst others, what actually causes the municipality from year to year to have the unfunded budget. We do have also the staff turnover for the current municipality sitting around 1,200 plus, and about 274 for the entity. And I think my colleague, Mr. Makubo, will touch on that in terms of the mismatch. Where you have most position are on supervisor and managerial level, however, having a big gap when it comes to your general workers. If you go to the audit report of the Auditor General, has shown the 58% vacancy under the infrastructure department, which is the department that is more focusing on the service delivery. And that is why also we are having this more gap when it comes to the funding, the unfunded budget. But also we know for the number of years that Maluti Apofung as a municipality had a lot of challenges when it come to paying of service providers. So we do have a high rate of litigations of service providers that were taking the municipality to court, and also this has affected the budget of the municipality because we have to make, in other instances, the payment plans. And also the high rate of the staff that, or cases of the municipality, of staff that the municipality it's either losing or also or where the municipality is getting the default judgment. We are sitting with a high amount of monies that needs to be paid over because we do have the judgment against the municipality. The unfunded budget also, the Minister of Water Affairs has also taken the municipality to court, and there is a special master appointed in trying to deal with the issues of water, where the municipality was unable to pay the department water since 2005. This is also one of the expenditures that we have to recognize and affect the municipality. Also, when it comes to the electricity, we know that there is a high level of illegal connections, and the payment by the consumers of the municipality, about 80% of the consumers of Maluti Apofung has bypassed their meters. We are not collecting the money when it comes to electricity. That is why we are unable to pay ESCOM. With the study that we have made with, or an analysis rather, that we've made with provincial treasury, with the services that we are rendering to Maluti, all of them combined together, we will be unable to service the current account of ESCOM. But we do believe that with this DAA, because ESCOM will be coming with its skill, also will help the municipality in dealing with the electricity network of the municipality. In terms of, I will also again apologize with the health condition of the municipal manager, since yesterday he was not at work, and I will pass the message to the acting municipal manager of what transpired today, and the concerns of the commission. I'm sincerely apologizing. And I'm going to give to Ntate Makubo to address all HR related matters. Thank you, Commissioner.
Please proceed.
Thank you, Commissioner and honorable panelists. There were some few specific questions that were raised in respect of the mismatch between the human resources personnel on one hand and service delivery on the other, and also why the vacancy rate appears the way it does, especially in respect of the senior management positions, and what are the reasons that can be attributed to that. There was also a question that speaks to if normal human resources processes were not followed in building the current staff establishment at the municipality, what processes were followed that led to the current situation. And the last one spoke about what was supposed to have been the correct process to have been followed. I hope I've captured all of those particular questions. Let me talk to the mismatch. It is in fact unfortunate, but this is so true. Quite a sizable number of the personnel that constitute the current staff establishment at the Malutia Pufun local municipality was not brought onto the staff establishment using normal human resources recruitment processes that I believe the Commission is fully aware of. I mean, and I'm already now even addressing question number 3. What were the correct processes that were supposed to have been followed? Normally, how we build staff establishment in organizations such as municipality, we will use the IDP as our point of reference, because the IDP would, among other things, talk to what results does the municipality in that particular 5-year period or in a single financial year would want to achieve. And the next question would be, what will it take for the municipality to achieve those particular outcomes that it would have identified for itself? And one would be compelled to look at a number of things, including what kind of human resources would one want, with a view to making sure that the goals, the objectives as articulated in the IDP are going to be realized. And then you will then, through your organogram,
Sorry, just address us directly. Does your municipality have the capacity, skills-wise? I don't want to, there's no need to explain the procedure and your vision with regards to the appointment of staff. All municipalities are supposed to have that vision. The question is, does your municipality have the required skill level, human resource skill level, to provide the services that the community really, really needs in your municipality? That's the question.
No, thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. As long as you are aware that you are now asking a completely different question, I was addressing a specific question that was asked earlier on, but it's okay.
Just respond to the question.
Should I respond to yours now? The answer is no, it doesn't. And that has already been shared through the presentation, that there is a mismatch. And I was on the verge of addressing why the mismatch. Okay. The mismatch in particular came, I'm trying to think of the year, because at that time I was not part of the municipality. I've only joined the municipality 1.5 years ago. But during the famous CR17 program, I'm sure commissioners are familiar with, where there was the ruling parties conference in Johannesburg. What happened at the municipality? I'm told that as part of the political dynamics that existed in the Free State, in particular at Malutia Pofung, as part of the intention to increase the number of the delegates that were going to contest against the so-called CR17 campaign in Nazareth, a sizable number of people were illegally employed in that particular municipality, literally put onto the staff establishment and turned into the voting delegates to try and fight against the CR17 campaign. And I'm sure you understand what is the origin of this particular problem. You can imagine when a municipality, which is one of the largest local municipalities in the Free State, bring in that fashion employees onto its own staff establishment without having followed the normal HR and recruitment processes. You have got absolutely no idea what skills, skill-based do they have. You simply, through the desire to play this particular political game, bring people onto the staff establishment. This is exactly what that municipality is actually dealing with. And there has never even been any attempts to determine the skills that are resident in these particular people who have been brought onto the staff establishment. So that is why I am answering you, Commissioner Boshoff, directly to say there is a huge mismatch between a sizable number, not everybody else, but quite a sizable number of the employees in that municipality and the efforts to drive service delivery initiatives.
You see, that information is valuable. That is valuable. This is what this commission wanted. So I now need to understand how many staff members do you have? You said there's a vacancy rate of around 40, more or less? 58? Of now
58 under infrastructure only, which is
Okay.
the technical department.
Okay, vacancy rate.
Yes, under technical department.
And of those, what is it, 42% employees in infrastructure, what is the percentage of those staff members having the required qualifications? I understand the background now, I understand why they are there, but can we be provided with an indication how unskilled they are?
No, thank you, Commissioner and honorable panelists. I am not in a position to give the exact percentage, but I would safely say the vast majority of them are definitely not skilled.
Thank you, it's helpful, very helpful, thank you. Any other follow-ups, Mr. Mpure?
Thank you, Commissioner.
And then Mr. Modise. Okay. There's a question that has not been responded to.
Tate Makubu, what do you intend to do with that? I think that has been left out. We are aware that people have not, been employed through normal processes. I think what is key to that question is, what is your recourse? What do you intend to do with that situation? Because you don't even know, the type of skills that they have. They've been brought in a manner that you said it is illegal. We want to know what is the municipality's plan, with these people. Thank you.
And if I can add, in my understanding, that is a crime. And the people who are allowing it are also allowing the crime to continue. Because if you have people who are added into a staff complement who are not supposed to be there, that's a crime. Why is it not being reported? Why cases have not been opened against these people? Maybe you can respond to that as we respond to Dr. Mrs. question. Thank you.
All right. Please respond to that, and then there's going to be a next round of questions.
I can't agree more with Ndade Mpore. That municipality is a crime scene. I'm also putting it on record. But to answer Ndade Modise directly, there was a plan for the municipality to review its organogram. You may have heard from the presentation that the municipality made through the chief financial officer that the last time the organogram of Malutia Pofung was reviewed, it was actually done. It was actually in 2017, and this is 2024. As we speak, the municipality is part of a program that she also spoke about, that is being driven by COCTA, where the intention is to try and see if the municipality, including many others, cannot be assisted in terms of developing the organogram. And one would imagine that out of the current prototype process that is currently going on, one will be able to see how best to clean this particular debt that arose out of the 2017 program that I spoke about. So the intention is review the current organogram, establish parallel to that particular process, undertake some kind of a skills audit, determine whether or not the personnel that the municipality has does have the necessary skills? Is it correctly placed, both in terms of the responsibilities and even in terms of the levels? And if this particular process can be able to be undertaken as comprehensively as I've tried to outline, one would imagine we can be able to sift the debt, in inverted commas, from what the municipality is supposed to keep.
All right, next round of questions, starting with Mr. Modise, followed by Ms. Morojele and Mr. Mpure.
Mr. Maku, what are the timeframes that you will be implementing this? Give us time so that, you know, people of Malutia Perform should know. And some of them are streaming in, they are watching, they want to know, you know, if these corrections are going to be made, you know, commit, you know, to timeframes and say, you know, by this time we would have overhauled this. Secondly, the follow-up question that I want to, and the reason why I asked the initial question of you know, skills match, I'm sure you are privy of an area called Khabisi in Kwakwa, in Makwan, Khabisi. It's in Makwan. I've been there several times, and I'm going to tell you why I'm saying this, that Makhubu. Committee members in that area, you know, the roads are extremely bad. You know, your ambulance services can't even reach to people, patients who are sick, people who need emergency medical services. And learners have to walk through, you know, a stream when it's raining. You know, they can't even go to school, and that is putting their lives at risk. And the area is so dark that there is no, you know, mass lights, and it's a haven of criminality. You know, community members are struggling in that area. They are struggling with your water. You know, water gets cut for weeks, you know, and they even end up drinking from wells where they don't even know what is the source of that water. These are pictures and evidence of investigations that we have conducted. And it's not only that area, you know, but I'm really picking up this area because your skills match directly impacts on the services that ordinary citizens should be getting. And we want to know time frames and you know, now that we have raised these issues of Khabisi, what is it that municipality is going to do about that? And lastly, I want to understand from your municipality, why do you have so many HODs than, you know, your big metros?
Okay, thank you, Chair. Colleagues, and especially in Dademakubu, you indicated that that municipality is a crime scene. So following to that, we would like to hear, are you aware of water mafias operating in the municipality? Yesterday, we had representations from the Democratic Alliance, and they indicated that they are of the view that there are water mafias operating in collaboration with employees of the municipality. That is my first question. The second one relates to the flat rate that you are implementing in the rural areas. I think we all know that Malutia Pofung is an extremely impoverished municipality, if not the most impoverished municipality. And I wonder, with lack of service delivery, but then trying to charge the community for services that are not being delivered. Is that correct? For example, and also, are you distinguishing between the different types of communities in the rural areas? Of course, you will have large-scale farm owners, but then you will also have farm dwellers. You will have chiefs versus ordinary people. Incomes will not be the same. So how are you determining the flat rate and who to charge for this flat rate? And also, you were talking about the budget mitigation plan. I think we would have expected that your submission would include that, so that we should be in a position to review it and interrogate it. And so we would request that you then submit that to us as well. Thank you. That's my questions for now.
Thank you for the opportunity again. Section 12 of the Water Services Act requires each municipality must have a water development plan. Does Maluti Apofeng have one? And if we have one, can we have it? Number two, does municipality has an asset register? Is it up to date? Number three, what strategies or policy do you have in place to eradicate mud houses? Number four, when was the last time you allocated service sites, and how many? And is there a plan to allocate more service sites to the people? Yeah, I think that's about it. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you. CFO, just one concern or question from my side. You earlier referred to material irregularities, and you also said to us that you are confident that the municipality will be in the position to not only address those material irregularities, but also to improve on them. In fact, to get rid of those irregularities. Now, the AG yesterday also made a presentation to this inquiry. And one of the dysfunctional municipalities, to use their word, dysfunctional municipalities, that was identified by the AG is Maluti Apofeng. And in the presentation that they made to this commission, they identified the areas, the nature of material irregularities, and one of those areas is harm to the general public, as you know, and which include landfill site mismanagement, pollution of water resources, etc. Now, in their presentation, they make the following statement. They say, and this refers to Maluti Apofeng, findings were identified on dysfunctional wastewater treatment plants and waste landfill sites. This was due to a combination of poor management in terms of minimum requirements, theft, and vandalism. The collapse of the wastewater treatment works resulted in raw sewage being discharged into the environment. Material irregularities were issued due to likely substantial harm to the public as a result of the pollution to the environment, and that falls directly within the mandate of this commission. We are concerned about that, and then the municipality comes to this inquiry and tells us, you are confident that you're going to get rid of these material irregularities. How? How are you going to fix these wastewater treatment works in 1 year, or actually before the end of this financial year? I cannot see it happening. You have acknowledged that it's a dysfunctional municipality. It's a war zone. And that is my concern. In terms of the Human Rights Commission Act, we must secure redress for community members who approach us. And hundreds, if not thousands, of community members have come to the Human Rights Commission. And we are obliged to secure redress for these community members. And the only way we can do it is now to approach a court of law. If you remain reluctant to do the basic things for the community, That for me is a serious concern. How do you intend to address these material irregularities if they are of such a mammoth extent? How are you going to do it within the next couple of months?
Can I, with your permission, Commissioner?
Of course, no problem.
I will start first with the questions that were asked earlier on. The first one was about the time frames. It's a very difficult one, Ntate Modise. I can only speculate, but I think with a lot of thought as to how long will it take for us to turn that situation around. Remember, we are talking about the organogram story, we are talking about the matching the skills with service delivery initiatives. Given where we are, my guess, and it is a learned guess, is that this will not be resolved in the next 2 financial years. I'm just being very honest with you. As we speak, remember, the municipality is part of the development of the review of the organogram as part of the prototype process. I'm not even quite sure where that particular process is as we speak. And what will follow naturally, that particular process would be the development of the correct positions in the organogram, making sure that the titles are correct, making sure that the posts are evaluated, making sure that the salary packages match the post and the responsibilities, and that is a very, very, very long process. That is why I'm saying my learned guess at this particular moment is that in the next 2 financial years, the municipality would be moving towards the finalization of this particular matter. I can't see it happening and being concluded before that. Why there are many HODs in the municipality than there are in the metros, I'm not quite sure. That question, or I'm not quite sure what, I'm a bit lost there. All what I know is that in the municipality, we have the following senior positions, field or unfilled: municipal manager, director corporate services, director financial services, which is the CFO, director community services, director local economic development, and director Splum, and director public safety. So they are 7 if they were all to be filled. But I must also add that part of the argument currently was also to do away with the position of director public safety. And if that were to become successful, it means we will end up with 6. So I am not correctly placed to answer that one directly because I am not really quite sure. And the same thing applies to the mafia that are taking place in the municipality. There is a very strong storyline, memorable, about the not so good things that took place in the entity, which is Maluti Water, and whether or not there is an element of truth to that is debatable. But the storyline is very, very, very strong, and it is known across the municipality that something not so good has been taking place in Maluti Water. Thank you so much.
Thank you once more, Commissioner and the panel members. Let me first address the issue of the flat rate to the rural wards. The flat rate, the municipality has done a public participation and anticipate to implement it in 21 rural wards. And it will be only implemented to the community members who are able to pay for the services, because the indigent, if you are registered as an indigent, you won't be able to register and you won't be expected to pay for the flat rate. But if you look into Kwakwa rural wards, you find out that there are no charges in terms of rates and taxes that we are charging those communities that are residing in 21 rural wards, because they fall under Chieftain's area. So that is where the municipality wanted to come with the strategy in trying to mitigate the issue of low revenue collection, because low revenue collection affect the quality of services that you will be able to render to the number of communities of Maluti Apofung. If you look into the total population and the budget that we have, so we are unable to meet their basic needs. In terms of whether are we categorizing our rates, yes, they are categorized. The farm areas also, that is categorized. So this one of the flat rate, it was only looked into the rural areas. The municipality, it does give the clean water to these 21 wards, and currently that is the service, whether being given through the water tankers or through the taps, but it's given for free. The municipality, there is no meters, so they are unmetered. And the other issue is on the issues of in 21 wards, there are other areas where the municipality now is busy in the process of putting the sewer networks, and also they are not charged. That is why the municipality came up with this strategy of implementing the flat rate for those that will be able to pay, that are the working class. The budget mitigation plan, I commit that it will be submitted to the commission. The water development plan also, it will be submitted to the commission as requested. The municipality, it does have the GRAP compliant asset register. We are in a process now working for this financial year. We do have a consultant on site. The consultant is been given to us through the support of Salga. Is being paid by Salga. It's on site now. We are preparing the asset register for this financial year. Last week we did have our first asset steering committee in trying to finalize this process of the asset register. We do have the asset component, but I think we have touched so much on the issue of the skill that we are having in the municipality. There are 8 people that are in this component, but yes, we do have a challenge when it comes to the skill. Hence, we have requested the assistance through Salga, and they are paying the service provider for us to assist us in compiling the asset register. In terms of the sites, I think the municipality, they are having sites that they are busy working on in preparing in so that they can be issued correctly to our community members. But there is also land evasions that we are seeing in our municipality, and the Human Settlement Department is working in this regard. In terms of the question, Commissioner, on the material irregularity, we did receive the material irregularity concerning our filing system that we have replied to the office of the AG last week, and we have submitted the supporting documents. I think it's now at a stage where AG is evaluating the material irregularity on the material irregularity regarding this matter of record keeping of the municipality. And also in terms of the landfill site, there is a material irregularity that the AG has issued. The municipality now, there is a service provider in our 3 landfill site that is working on the landfill site. We are out on tender. The tender has not yet closed in dealing with the issues of landfill site. We have worked together with the provincial treasury in terms of the specification of the landfill site, and they did assisted us in this regard, and hence now the municipality is out on tender. In terms of the wastewater treatment plant, as I've indicated earlier in my presentation, that we are helped by the Department of Water Affairs and the Val Central in addressing the non-functioning of the water treatment plants. They are busy now. They are, I think, Velge water treatment plant now, it's in progress. They are working on that. Yes, Commissioner, it's not something that will be finalized before this financial year, but it is in progress. In terms of this financial year, the progress that I was talking about is dealing with the disclaimer cluster plan, the low-hanging fruit in trying to address the municipality to be out on the disclaimer. Thank you, I think.
All right, thank you. Thank you so much to the representatives from Maluti Apufung. We will now evaluate your evidence and your submissions, presentations, and so on. The panel as a whole will also decide whether we're going to subpoena Mr. Goliath to appear before this inquiry. That will be done after we have evaluated the evidence in front of us. And we will then, if panel decides that we do that, follow formal procedures to ensure that he attends the inquiry by means of summons, subpoena. All right, thank you once again. Drive safely back home. Thank you very much. You are released. Right, I'm told Pumelela is next. Right, good morning to the representatives from Pumelela. Thank you for honoring your time slot. Can I just check who is with us?
Good morning to the members of the panel. My name is Gugunjangas. I'm the municipal manager of Pumelela, and I'm with Ms. Pinky Mahlope, who's the acting director, technical services.
All right, thank you, welcome. Will both of you be providing evidence, or only you, MM?
Both of us.
Both of us, all right.
Thank you.
Firstly, before I start with formal proceedings, let me just introduce the panel to you. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. I will also be the chairperson of these proceedings. On my right-hand side is the acting provincial manager in the Free State office, Mr. Tunoko Modise. Next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele. She is a senior monitoring officer. And next to her is practicing attorney, senior legal officer, Mr. Tabo Mpore. All right. Because this is a formal inquiry, we will be expecting of you to provide evidence either under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer, MM?
Anyone, Chairperson, is fine with me.
Choose one.
Under oath.
Under oath, okay. For the record, please provide or state your full names.
Okay. I'm Guguletu Petrunen Tlantla Mhlongo Njangas.
Thank you. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. And then the lady next to you. Yes, ma'am. Please, for the record, state your full name.
Good morning. Good morning, Commissioner. My name is Pinky Mahlope.
All right. Please raise your right hand and say after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Thank you so much. We have received your submission, but I need to indicate that it was only a two-pager. I need to understand from you, MM, why only a two-pager? Is there a reason for providing the Commission with limited information? Or is it simply because you are not taking this inquiry seriously? I need to indicate to you that the inquiry is live streamed. You see all the cameras here. So the public out there is following proceedings here, and they are taking note that Phumelela only provided a constitutional body, a Chapter 9 institution, with a two-pager. Are you serious, MM, about, addressing the lives of your community in Phumelela? If you are not even serious about this inquiry?
Thank you very much, Chairperson and the members of the panel and Commissioner. Maybe let me start firstly by apologizing on the fact that we submitted a two-pager. I don't think it was intentional. Maybe because we were responding to a correspondence, maybe we just became specific to the areas or to what we understood as a municipality to be a problem. And secondly, I must indicate that as a municipality, we are very serious about addressing the issues of service delivery that affects the livelihood of our communities. But however, since we now have the opportunity to sit in front of you, we will be more than willing to furnish you with any additional information if needs to be. But we really take this commission very serious. And we are also prepared to cooperate and do what is necessary to improve the livelihood of our communities. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. MM, can I request you then to take us through your presentation? You only have 20 minutes. We have so many municipalities to deal with today. So just 20 minutes, whereafter we will put some questions to you.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. As I've indicated, I will also co-present with the Acting Director Technical Services, but it's important for me to indicate that the communique that came through to us from the Commission, we acknowledge it, and we also acknowledge the issues that were raised there with regards to issues of sewer spillage, in particular where we've got 3 towns, Friede being our main office, and then we've got Warden, and then we've got Memel, where we've got areas which are affected by sewer spillage. All 3 towns are being affected by the sewer spillage, And as a municipality, we are very much concerned.
Can I just stop you there? Apparently, there's a gentleman here who says he's part of your delegation. I'm not sure if that is correct.
Yes, it's true.
He also wants to be sworn in. Are you comfortable with that,
No, I'm comfortable.
Because you're leading
Is our
to-
technical
Okay.
section, so we work together on issues.
That's fine. If you are comfortable with him, I'm comfortable with him. Apologies for that. All right. You're the technical head of Pumalela, I'm told.
No, sir. I am acting PME coordinator,
Acting PM, what is that? Project management.
project management unit, sir.
All right. All right. Will you be providing evidence to the commission?
Yes, sir.
All right. Right. So we are expecting of witnesses who provide oral evidence to take the oath or the affirmation. What do you prefer? Oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Oath. All right. For the record, please state your full names.
Okay, I am Simpiwe Masweu.
All right. Thank you. Please raise your right hand and say after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you. Okay, you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Commissioner. Commissioner, I was still highlighting that we acknowledge the communique that was sent to us from the Commission, acknowledging the challenges that we currently face, which is mainly the sewer spillages in our 3 towns, which is Friede, Wadin, and Miemel. And then there was also an issue about the access to clean water for our communities. So, Chairperson, in terms of our response, we would want to be specific to the areas where there were issues that were raised. I will ask the technical director to be specific in terms of the project and the mitigation and how we plan to resolve all the challenges that have been raised. But I must also indicate that as a municipality, we are a small municipality who are currently battling in terms of revenue. So we are trying by all means to work with sister departments, in particular COCTA through the MIG funding, and then Department of Water and Affairs in terms of the WISIC funding to put up projects that will assist in dealing with the current issues that we face, which is mainly the sewer spillage, which affects our rivers, our streams. I will make reference to Waden, which is sprayed Sondels Drift River. And then we also have the Cornelius River, which is being affected, the Velge River, which is affected, which all of them end up spilling into the Vaal catchment area. So that we do have projects that are currently planned. We do have projects that are currently ongoing to deal with the current challenges. And then over and above that, as we are preparing for the current budget, we are prioritizing most of our activities towards the to ensure that we comply with all the issues that were raised, in particular underwater and sanitation, because the biggest challenge that the municipality faces at this moment is the issues of water and sanitation. So just to be specific and not waste time, can I ask Acting Director just to take us through the actual mitigation plan that we have to deal with the problems?
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. With regard to Friede, we are the culprit of water pollution towards the Spruit Drift River, and this has been the result due to the non-functional of our sewer water treatment plant. Like has indicated, we have 2 projects that are running. The other one is complete. The other one we just recently appointed. The first project we embarked on was the outfall sewer for Friede. and the project has been completed. And we have currently planned for the wastewater treatment, refurbishment of wastewater treatment plant in Friede. And this project, we have planned it for the 2024-2025 outer year. The current status of our Friede wastewater treatment plant is that it's operational, but it's not automated. So we are experiencing a lot of challenges with regard to vandalism and theft. And we are also experiencing blocked sewer lines as well. So under mitigatory measures, we have one for the starter, included it for the 2024-2025 project plan. And then as part of mitigatory measures, we have also completed the outfall sewer project that collects the whole sewer spillages to the wastewater treatment plant. So with regard to MEMEL, we have received also non-compliance with regard to the sewer spillages and the poor operation and maintenance of the wastewater treatment plants works. So in MEMEL, we are still using the oxidation ponds, and we, as part of the mitigatory measures, we have included as part of the project's plans for 2024-2025, the refurbishment of the wastewater of the oxidation ponds in MEMEL. The current status of the oxidation ponds is that there is a seepage that is currently taking place with the underneath of the oxidation ponds. So it is the one that is leading the spillages to the sewer streams, to the streams. And the other challenges that we are experiencing are that it is an old and aging infrastructure which is dilapidated. So that's why we are experiencing seepages that is happening on the oxidation ponds. So as part of the mitigatory measures, like I indicated, we have included the refurbishment of these oxidation ponds on the 2024-2025 project plans and financial year. And as other part of the mitigatory measures, also in MEMEL, we have completed a project of the mitigatory measures that we have taken as a municipality. A wastewater treatment plant that has just been recently being refurbished, but it's non-operational because of the lack of capacity with regard to the pumps. So they are thought to be big, that they need a bigger transformer to be able to pump. So we have currently purchased the transformer. It's just that we are waiting for the ESCOM's turnaround. It's 3 months for them to come and install the transformer. So we purchased it, I think the end of 29th of January 2024, we purchased that transformer. So we are expecting it to be installed sometimes between now and end of April, and then we will start pumping. So the non-functional of that wastewater treatment plant is the one that has caused us to be culprit into the sewer spillages that have been happening in Warden. We do have an existing sewer reticulation as well in Warden that is operational, and we currently have a project that is running in Warden of the sewer reticulation. So the challenges that we are currently experiencing as a municipalities for all and above, it's theft and vandalism, and as part of mitigatory measures, we have also planning to appoint a security, a full-time security, because what the securities that we had has been on contract, so it has been on and off, and this has been contributing to theft and vandalism that has been happening in our municipality. So most of the other challenges that we are experiencing, we also need assistance in terms of training our staff, our plant operators. We are communicating with SALGA to assist us in training the plant operators. We also experiencing challenges with our community members that are depositing foreign materials into our sewer system. But as part of mitigatory measures to that, we are from time to time conducting consumer education, and also through public meetings, we are also educating our communities that they should not just throw the foreign substances into our sewer lines. Those are the projects that are currently in our system and planned for 2024-2025 as part of the mitigatory measures with regard to the sewer spillages. And there was also an inquiry regarding access to clean water in our municipality. Commissioner would like to bring it to your attention that we do not have areas that lack access to clean water. We do not have areas that lack access to clean water around Phumelela. We do, for the areas that are not reticulated because they are high level, we are providing water tankers, and we also have communal pipes in the informal settlements, and we are also, we have also put in JoJo tanks in strategic places that we call them 100 meters radius for people to have access to water. We are also providing water to the farms through our water tankers. We have got 3 water tankers, big water tankers per each town. So we are using them to provide waters to those areas that are not reticulated. Yeah, I think that's my submission for now, Commissioner. Thank you.
Any additions?
Thank you, Commissioner. One addition that I would like to make is that, as I've indicated earlier, that our municipality is a small municipality, so we always battle with issues of capacity, because also we are not able to offer competitive packages to people to come and work for us. However, what we then did, through COCTA, we were approved to get support from MISA, which is the Municipal Infrastructure Agency, from National DCOC. Now they've got a team of engineers who will also assist us, because one of the biggest challenges that we need to address is to ensure that we have proper business plans to submit to different sister departments to get funding, so that we are able to deal with some of the aging infrastructure that is already there and the challenges that are there. So they are there to also give support and assist us in ensuring that all those areas and the issues are addressed. We've also approached MESA to assist us with training, in particular with the process controllers, because we've got purification plants that are running, and they require us to have properly trained process controllers to be able to assist. Well, the other intervention is that with our small budget, we are also prioritizing issues of operation and maintenance, and also trying to ensure that issues of chemicals are always there, especially when we're discharging the sewer. At least try to treat it and not have a situation where raw sewer is actually discharged into the mainstream, up until a time where we are able to operationalize our treatment plants, the waste, in particular the waste treatment plant. Thank you, Commissioner.
Any further additions?
Okay, thank you very much, Commissioner. As the MM and the Director has indicated, I'm going to touch more on projects that we, as the municipality, are currently implementing, and that we also want to implement in the outer financial years. I must indicate and assure you that we have already submitted business plans to Department of Water and Sanitation, as well as DCOC.
Have those projects been approved, or are you just envisaging them?
We only gonna have an appraisal meeting next week.
All right, that's not going to assist us. No. Wishful thinking presentations. All right, I'm going to request the panel members to put their questions, but the first concern I have is the statement was made that everyone in the municipality has access to clean, with the emphasis on clean drinking water. That was the statement, am I correct? Now, yesterday we received a presentation from various stakeholders. I think, is this water affairs? Water and sanitation. And in terms of this presentation, Pumalela has a critical risk rating when it comes to clean water of 98%. With regards to your green drop score, there's a 4% critical state when it comes to clean drinking water. How do you define clean? How did you come up with clean? You know, we go to, as Commission, we visit various areas all over the country. It's not only in the Free State. And it is a serious crisis in the, in the country at the moment, because people fell ill. They have stomach issues when they go to other areas. And the concern that I have is that I don't think Pumalela is any different to the places that we have visited. If we get information under oath that there's a critical state, what is critical state when it comes to the quality of the water you provide of 98%. Right, who's next? Mr. Mpure, followed by Ms. Murojele, followed by Mr. Modise.
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you to the leadership of Pumalela for gracing us with your presence. I'm looking at our complaints that we have accumulated from Pumalela. All of them talks about water and sewage spillages. So my question is, does Pumalela has, in terms of Section 12 of the Water Services Act, you are required to have a water development plan. Does Pumalela have one? If you have one, we would like to have it. And number two, you are also required, in terms of the National Environmental Management Act, Waste Act, to develop an integrated waste management plan. So if you have it, we would also like to have it too. Since your complaint relates to water, we understand that there's a lot of water cards in Pumalela. So what we want to understand is that when there's an impending water cards, do people get communications before water card happen or not? And do we have an intervention plan in writing which direct you what steps you will be taking in an instances where water will be cut? So I also want to understand that the project that you have mentioned, in your opinion, will you say that if you complete this project, your problems will cease to exist, or what will be the case? Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues, for your presentation. I think we would like to hear more about other issues pertaining to the municipality and its operations and service delivery. We know roads are a big issue in the area. What are your plans in terms of that? We would also like to hear about capacity in terms of human resources. And we would also like to hear about the financial situation of the municipality. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff and colleagues from Phumelela. I just want to add a few things from what my colleagues have asked. Number one, Mr. Mpore made mention of the National Environmental Management Act. It places an obligation upon, any entity that deals with, its sewage not to spill into rivers. And that really is a criminal offense if you continue to do that. And I was listening to your submissions that, Phumelela considered that they are culprits of spillages. And these spillages end up in really polluting, the scarce water resources that we're drinking. Kindly, share with us how long would you take to really, stop these spillages? That is the first question. The second question is, how do these spillages get into these rivers? Are they diverted? We have seen in other municipalities that, because municipalities do not want to be unpopular with members of the public or residents, where there are spillages, they will divert spillages into stormwater drains, and which leads to rivers. And in that way, they are trying to be in good standing with members of the public, whereas a greater damage, is actually been done. So we want to know from Phumelela whether these spillages, are they deliberately diverted, or it's just a natural occurrence of landscape that leads to this sewage being found into these rivers. The other question that I have is, AG gave their testimony yesterday. They are saying normally Treasury gives about 8% for infrastructure maintenance and upgrading. And he said, that's the norm. But he said in Free State, municipalities are only reserving 2% of that budget. And I would like to know from Phumelela, how much have you reserved, for infrastructure? Is it in line with your 8% that has been set aside as a norm by the Treasury? And then you also mentioned that you are giving water through water tankers. Do you own these water tankers, or are they, outsourced to private entities? I think these are the questions for now, unless there's other things that will follow up. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, thanks. Over to you, you and your team to respond to those questions.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Let me start with the question that relates to Phumelela dispatching clean water to communities. Chairperson, firstly, we have received a letter of non-compliance from the Department of Water and Sanitation because they do follow up and test our water. As the municipality, what I can indicate is that we do not dispatch raw water to the community. We do make an effort to ensure that chemicals are put into the purification plants and cleaned. But I also acknowledge the fact that testing, there might be issues in terms of the testing results of the water that is being dispatched. As a municipality, we've also appointed our own independent laboratory to assist us, but we are working closely with the Department of Water and Sanitation, where when the testing results come back and they are negative and there's issues of concern, they advise us on what needs to be done and we try and mitigate, but we are not 100%. That's the honest truth. And then my colleagues will touch on the other questions. Let me go on the question that talks to the general operations of local of Phumelela local municipality in terms of roads. Our roads, they are old, they've reached their lifespan. As one of the projects that we have submitted to COGTA, and we have communicated with COTA in terms of it being approved. It's a resealing project. But however, it won't be able to cover the entire Phumelela. There will be a couple of roads that should be able to make plans to reseal in terms of potholes. And then in terms of capacity, Phumelela does have a big challenge in terms of capacity. Maybe just to indicate in terms of the AG report, our staff total cost to employ is quite high because one, Phumelela is a local municipality. We've got challenges in terms of revenue. I think we were one of the municipalities in the Free State that have also handed over the electricity management back to ESCOM. So which means there is revenue forgone. So we are only left with the revenue of rates and taxes and then water. Now we are challenged in terms of capacity. But however, we are not folding our arms. We are making use of other possible assistance that can come into the municipality in the forms of interns from different departments, for instance, COCTA, through the FMG grants to try and beef up capacity where there's a serious lack. As I've indicated, from a financial point of view, we have a problem in terms of being a going concern because of our limited revenue streams. But we have not experienced any serious problems that might mean that we are not able to carry on with our operations. Within our limited budget, we are trying as much as we can to also enforce issues of cost containment measures and rather prioritize what is important. Chairperson, there was a question about the issue of the O&M, which is, the norm is 8%. Yes, we've tried to make provision for it, despite our limited budget, but sometimes it really does not happen that we will spend exactly the 8% because our budget is paper money, but we are trying as much as we can. You spoke about the issue of water tankers. We are not hiring water tankers. As a municipality, we were able to buy 1 water tanker per town. Now, the areas that we are really servicing, it's farm areas, those far areas, but the other areas, we do have water supply through the taps. And some of the projects that are currently ongoing as I'm talking, they are also to ensure that there is water supplies, there is connections to the new establishments and the new sites that has happened. But I must also highlight, Chairperson, that in terms of trying to change the face of the municipality, we have not only set and said we'll look at our budget. We've taken an initiative to also form partnership with our local stakeholders. As I'm talking to you, we have partnered with Lottoland, we've partnered with one of our cooperatives from Friede. If you were to take a drive now, we will be airing sometime at the end of April to see what can be done in terms of dealing with other things, because we've got stakeholders that have got resources. For instance, in particular, our farmers, they've got plant, they've got equipment. So we are working with them. We started with Friede in particular, where it's visible and anyone can visit. So issues of pothole sealing, they are there. We are working with them. We take our operational budget because we don't have the equipment. So we'll supply diesel, they'll supply us with the plant. We're working on potholes. We're just trying to do as much as we can. And we are hopeful that we are gonna extend it into the other town, which is Memel and Friede, but we are modeling it now with Friede. My colleagues will touch on the plans, the water plans and the other things that I've not touched on, Chair. Thanks.
Just summarize, please. We are running out of time. Just keep it short.
Thank you.
And then also, please provide the office, Free State office, with those plans that you are referring to.
Thank you, Commissioner. We do have the integrated waste management plan in place. It has been also approved by the council. It's functional. And you have also indicated that as part of the compliance in terms of the National Environmental Management Act, we also need to have a water development plan in place. That one we do not have, but we will be working on it, and we will be disposing it to to your offices.
Sorry, just a correction. In fact, Water Services Management Act requires you to have a water
Development plan. Okay.
And then National Environmental Management Act requires you to have
Integrated
integrated
waste management plan. So it means we are in compliance with NEMA, and then we need to have the one in compliance in terms of Water Act. So we have the integrated waste management plan in place. So we will be working to develop our water development plan. And with regard to the water cards, Commissioner, we do communicate from time to time. We've got various groups, even councillors groups and supervisors group. And each and every time we need to cut water, we also indicate the magnitude of the work that needs to be done and how much or how long it will take for that place to be fixed. So we are communicating from time to time when it comes to the water cards.
Time to time or all the time?
All the time, Commissioner. I'm sorry.
Time to time doesn't sound well.
Okay. Yeah, all the time we are communicating with regard to water cards. So we always send it to the various groups that we have before we actually cut the water. And we also have the water schedules that indicates that if there's going to be a cut, if there's a planned one, when is it going to be and where, and how long it will take.
Can you also include that in the documents that you are going to send to us?
Okay.
The water schedule.
The water schedules, yeah, we have various water schedules for different towns. I don't know if there's anything that I've left with regard to the plans.
I'm going to stop you there. I think we have received the evidence that we wanted. There's just one additional request. I'm not going to, I've requested that we don't get a response from you now, but if you can provide us with a written response, Mr. Modise, the provincial manager, will raise that now. But if all the other documentation that you've referred to and that we require, if you can furnish that to us as a matter of urgency, the Free State office will provide you with their contact details. Mr. Modise, just address the issue of farm workers.
Thank you, Commissioner. We investigating quite a number of complaints that emanate from farms. Your Memel, your Friede, and there's a lot of, pounding of livestock from, people who are protected by ESTA. And, livestock, recently in Memel, there's been livestock, actually matters that are subject to litigation now that are, just roaming around on the streets. We want to know what is the plan of the municipality, now that you have such good relations with farmers. We would really request you to extend this relationship and address these issues on, these evictions that are, illegal, that are taking place, which will be a problem that stands in your office if these people are, evicted. And what is municipality doing, whenever there's this method, because obviously when there's an eviction application, municipality is cited. So we expect municipality to give submissions if you have any alternative accommodation, of these people in their livestock, that should be provided. So we would really want to hear from you. You can give us a written submission on your plans, your interventions, and around those areas. Thank you, Commissioner.
I think that's just one additional document that we require, how you're dealing with the cattle and the farming communities and all the matters that Mr. Modise has referred to. All right, thank you so much, and your team, for at least respecting the commission and being on time, and also speaking to the presentation that you've provided. I'm sure you'll admit that there's a lot that needs to be done in Mpumalanga. Not everything is 100%. In fact, if one just looks at the quality of the water, it's something you need to address as soon as possible, and various other factors. The Auditor General has identified so many dysfunctional municipalities in this province, and please act on those findings, and please come out of that hole of dysfunctionality so that you serve the people. It's not about impressing the Human Rights Commission. It's not about impressing us. You need to provide services, basic services to people who are not getting it. Right? Before you leave, I'm going to release you now, but before you leave the venue, if you can just provide, Nono, if you can just raise your hand, with the name of a contact person in your municipality who we can have direct access to. You know, sometimes there are, we need urgent intervention with regard to something critical matters, and it's difficult to get hold of municipal managers and senior staff members. You know, their cell phones are off over weekends and so on. But we need a contact person in all municipalities, Mansupa, all of you, whose phone will be off 24/7, and who we can report urgent matters to and get urgent feedback on service delivery issues. You know, all right. Thank you so much, MM and the team. You are released. We're going to take a 15 minutes break now. You can, Mansopa, you can have a nice cup of coffee in preparation. I hope your submissions were received on time.
MMM Pumelela, please look at the Blue Drop report. They have 5 recommendations for you there to do in terms of your water. Thank you.
to restart? Because I think we should be done 45 minutes from now. Is what time? It's 11:46 now.
Okay, we're back in session. Good morning again, and a few familiar faces before the commission this morning. All right. This is the Mansopa local municipality delegation appearing before the inquiry. Just to introduce the panel to you. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm also the chairperson of this inquiry. On my right-hand side is Mr. Tunoko Modise. He's the acting provincial manager in the Free State office. On my left-hand side, the lady sitting here is Ms. Naledi Morojele, Senior Monitoring Officer, and next to her is Mr. Thabo Mpore. All right. Can I, for the record, just understand who are the representatives of Mansopa, names and designations, please? You can just use the mic, yeah.
Good morning, Commissioner, and thank you very much for inviting us. I am Matiro Mkhopodi, the municipal manager of Mansopa, and I've got a disclaimer, Commissioner. I am not with my senior management, the CFO, Director Corporate Services, as well as Director Community Services and Technical Director. I left them behind because we are having another meeting with the provincial DWS on some issues there. Then I thought that they should remain behind, and I must come together with the strategic manager in the office of the MM, and his name is Mr. Dumile Nana. Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you so much. Will both of you be providing evidence to the Commission?
Yes, Commissioner.
All right. And because you are providing oral evidence, we will expect of you to do that under oath or affirmation. Can we start with you, MM? Can you just state your full names for the record?
I am Matiro Rebecca Ellen Mkhopodi.
Thank you very much. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Then Mr. Nana, over to you. Which do you prefer, oath or affirmation?
Oath.
Also the oath. Please raise your right hand. Repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give
I swear that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth,
shall be the truth,
the whole truth,
the whole truth,
and nothing but the truth.
and nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you, Mr. Nana.
Thank you.
All right, we have received your submission. I'm going to request that you have a PowerPoint presentation, or are you just going to speak to it?
We have a PowerPoint presentation, Commissioner, but I'm scared. It's too long. We have 52 slides, but we can summarize.
You only have 20 minutes. Please summarize, and please take us to infrastructure challenges, service delivery challenges. We don't want to hear about structures and all those things and nice to haves. You know, we have mountains here in Lady Brand, and we're 2 kilometers from the Macero Bridge. We don't want to hear that. Just service delivery challenges, infrastructure challenges. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Chairperson, we need to indicate that in the financial year 2020-2021, Manzopa local municipality initiated to Treasury to place them under financial recovery plan. And as we are speaking, Manzopa is still under financial recovery plan. And going to my presentation, Chairperson. Our outline of the presentation is confined to the following key areas: basic service delivery, institutional transformation and development, public participation and accountability, local economy and job creation, fraud and corruption in local government, and community health, social cohesion and national building. Under basic services, we believe together we will achieve, will build on the achievements made in the delivery of basic services. Commissioner, we continue to provide basic services to our communities in a sustainable manner despite our budgetary constraints. Our biggest challenge is on roads and stormwater maintenance, particularly in Lady Brent Manyasing, because of its topography. We also have water supply challenges in high-lying areas, especially in Lady Brent, Excelsior, Tuespreit, and we have submitted business plans for commissioning and drilling of boreholes as a medium-term intervention. And however, water tankering, not tinkering, pardon our mistake there, is also used as a temporary measure for water supply in high-lying areas and farming communities. And Chairperson, on water tankering, because I was listening when Phumelela was presenting, we as Manzopa, we only have one water tanker, and we also use the Jojo tanks. We put them on top of our buggies as well as our tipper truck to ferry the water around, and we also have a working relationship with South African Defence Force whenever we have severe challenges, because sometimes we have severe challenges of pipe bursts and many areas are struggling to receive water. They also assist us with water tankering. We also have a challenge in our water and wastewater infrastructure, and the business plans also are submitted to the Department of Water and Sanitation, and the meeting that is taking place is on water and sanitation to look into our business plan and to assist us into crafting our water master plan. And Chairperson, in Lady Brent, let me start with Lady Brent, with the challenge of water. We have, Genua is our water treatment plant. And in Genua, we have many challenges. Let me start by first, as we are speaking now, the water level in Caledon River is very low, and we are having challenges with water, but we are also making loud hailing, and in our social media platform, we are informing our communities about that challenges for our people to use water sparingly. And we, on a daily basis, we give our communities information on the water levels in our reservoirs so that they can understand and use water sparingly. We have wet services projects on implementation in our municipality. In Manyatseng Extension 10, we have a water and sewer reticulation for 306 sites and 330 sites. The project was budgeted 17.1 million in 2024. It is currently the project have 3 megaliter. The project was budgeted under WASIC, and because this project is a multi-year project, it started from phase 1, now we are in phase 3, Chairperson, and we are anticipating that this phase 3 of this current project will be completed on the 30th of April 2024. And this project initially was supposed to have been completed way before I arrived in the municipality, but we are pushing that this project should be completed so that the services, quality services, can reach our people. We also have another project which is in Lady Brent. It is outfall sewer works project in Manyatseng to curb the sewer spillages. It is a fact that I believe that maybe the commission also received some complaints from our communities that we have sewer spillages, particularly in Manyatseng, is rife because of different challenges. One of the challenges, main challenge, is that when this when the area was planned in the past, we have this reticulation and which was planned for a certain number of households. And as the area is growing, what they are doing, what they have been doing in the new settlements, when they come and the infrastructure is installed, they installed using a size, a bigger size, to accommodate the sewer from that area. And they joined the old pipes from the old location with smaller size. In the new development, they are using, let me say, for example, the size of 150. In the old development, they were using 120. And when that pressure comes from a new development and joined the old development, we more than often have got sewer blockages, spillages, pipe burst, you name them all. But the meeting that the municipality is having with DWS today is to show them our problem, and we are submitting the business plans so that we can curb that particular problem to replace the smaller sewer pipes with the bigger sewer pipes so that we can deal with these spillages once and for all, Commissioner. In Excelsior, we also have a bulk water supply project which we have installed the boreholes. This project, although is assisting the municipality in Excelsior, but we also saw that not all the areas in Excelsior receive water from our bulk line. And we also we resuscitated the relationship, the SLA with Val Central, which is supplying us with a certain quantity of water on a monthly basis. And although it is still like that, our water treatment plant there, it's so old. Even if we can be able to extract enough water, but the storage facilities that we are having is a challenge, but we are also trying through our water master plan. We have included that and trying to make sure that our reservoirs capacity are increased in Excelsior as well. And in Dipilaneng, we have an area that is called Maclassen. This Maclassen area, when our water treatment plant, we don't have enough water in the treatment plant, this area is the one which suffers a lot. They don't get enough water, and as it's supposed to get enough water, but we have developed, we know how are we going to resolve that challenge is for us to install a steel pipe, 100, they say is 100-meter steel pipe from the water source, which is the river, to our plant so that we can clean our water and redistribute the water to all our areas. Chairperson, when we are still in this issue of water around Mansupa, I'm not now talking to the presentation because I know these challenges from the bottom of my hand. In Tuesprate, we have a challenge, a serious challenge of water. We are having the Department of Water Affairs together with Val Central. During that time, it was Bloom Water. They assisted us to locate various areas to check where we can find water there, and they drilled different boreholes, but it was found only 4 or 3 boreholes has got water, and we extract water from that. But the bigger plan for this area to have constant flow of water. In Tabapatswa, we have...
You have 5 minutes left.
Sure. Okay, but in Tabapatswa, we have plenty of water, and the idea is to take water from Tabapatswa to do a spread so that we can have constant flow of water into a spread, and we have made a business plan to apply for RBIC funding to have that pipe to from Tabapatswa to so that we can be able to have water in to a spray. And Chairperson, the other issue.
How long will that take? For the pipe to be installed, how long will that take?
If it happens, the business plan, we are applying for funding for the financial year of 2025-2026. But if DWS can approve us for the 2024-2025, but we are aware that the DORA has also been gazetted, so it cannot be able, we are not going to be able to have funding for 2024-2025. That is why we have applied for 2025-2026. But it is a priority project. If we can get funding anywhere, we would like to have that. Yes, Chairperson, on these issues.
Thank you, MM. I can see that there's some infrastructure development taking place in Mansopa, and that is encouraging. I'm going to request the panel members to put their questions to yourselves. I see Ms. Morojele's hand is up, followed by Mr. Mpure. And Mr. Modise will also ask questions. Starting with you, Ms. Morojele.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, colleagues, for your presentation. Mayor Mokgopodi, I'm interested where you outline the different projects you are undertaking and you give the planned completion date versus the current expected completion date. A lot of these projects have been extended by a year, some by 2 years. Can you indicate why that is? And also, just the general situation in this municipality is quite dire in the towns. Do you have any plans to rejuvenate the municipality? Or are your plans just to deal with issues of water and the roads? Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you to the leadership of Mansupa. I just want to read a complaint here from one of the complainants. He says, he specifically talks about Lady Brand. He says the complete shutdown of water supply has been attributed to technical problems at Genoa Water Treatment Plant. Power interruptions, problems at Genoa Water Treatment Plant, repairs to electricity substation, burst main line. The residents of Lady Brand, Maria's Neck, Blaytonbeck, Manyadzing have been left without water for an extended period with no clear indication of when the supply will be restored. Approximately 20,000 residents, including critical institutions like hospitals and clinics, are forced to rely on temporary water tankers, which is neither sufficient nor sustainable. The water supply is very erratic and the quality of water is deteriorated. There is a foul smell emanating from the water. Residents are concerned about the possibility of outbreaks of waterborne illnesses in the community. That's number one. Number two, it's in relation to Hop House. Residents have been enduring massive sewage spillage for years with little action taken to address these issues. This was exemplified when the resident reported the sewage spillage pouring into a yard and only to be informed that the sanitation department had reached its maximum overtime limit. Such mismanagement reflect a failure in planning, problem solving, and implementation process. So also I just want to ask, in terms of the Water Service Management Act, you are required to have a water development plan. Is the municipality having one? And if so, we would like to have that document if you have it. You are also, in terms of the Environmental Management Act, required to have a waste development plan. If you have it, we also want to like to have that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Commissioner Boshoff. My colleague there, Mr. Mpure, in last month, I think in the past weeks, he has been, sharing correspondence with one unrelenting complainant from Senegal. about water cards. And he promised to raise these issues. Sitsoto. Oh, there's Sitsoto. Okay, no, I'm confused, yeah. Because we'll speak about that. But second to that, there's spillages in the Calden River, am I correct? Due to sewage spillages. And at the stage, your submission was that the water level at Caldon is at its lowest. What are the mitigation plans that we have in place? Over and above, the issues of water in the Caldon, plus, which is your water source and the sewage that is getting into this river. That is the first question that I would like you to really speak to. And the other issue is you raise issues of, service level agreement with Val Central to revive water, in Excelsior. Would you kindly, share with us, how far is this arrangement, or are you still going to plan to do that? Because I've also learned that you have only one water tanker and you're using other, vans to put all these things. Do you have time frames allocated for, people in Excelsior to say, around this time, people expect and they know that, when they go to a certain place, they will find water. And this water tanker, which town is it, supplying with water, amongst all the towns that the municipality is really servicing? And then lastly, I just want to ask the questions that I asked, previous municipality. I've seen a lot of projects that you indicated there regarding the National Treasury in respect of the norms of, monies that has been allocated or set aside for refurbishing of infrastructure and upgrading. How much is your municipality reserved for that purpose? And secondly is your refuse removal in the municipality. Do you have your own trucks or have you outsourced them, and how often do you remove this refuse? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Modise. I also wanted to ask about your water source, the Caledon River, and how you intend mitigating that. We are aware, I have visited that area many, many times, and sufficient water in that river has been a challenge for many, many years. Then, just on the quality of your water, in terms of the DWS report, the critical risk rating of the quality of your water is at 80%. It's very high. And the green drop score is also in a critical state. How are you going to mitigate that? How are you going to address that? Over to you, Mr. Nana.
Thank you, Chairperson. On the first questions that have been asked about why these projects are late, I need to indicate that I arrived in Mansopa municipality last year around April. Yeah, around April, 1st of April, I started with Mansopa local municipality, and this month I'm a year in that municipality. And when I arrived in the municipality, most of the projects, capital projects, have collapsed for one reason or the other. But mainly because the municipality when they received the conditional grants for the projects, the grants were not used for the intended purposes. That is the main reason. And when I arrived, I made sure that the conditional grants, when we received them, we ring-fence the conditional grants to serve their main purpose. That is why now the projects, most of our projects are now moving. And my intention to make sure when I leave Mansopa, they struggle to get a replacement. I leave an impact when I leave that particular municipality. I need to watch a particular pave the road with internal people to pave the road. And we have to manufacture our, what is that thing of Ntatikele? This material that the potholes, we have purchased the equipment. We are internally going to do our own material using internal people, because the road infrastructure in Mansopa, particularly in Lady Brent, there is no road infrastructure anymore. And I believe that when we start with building the road infrastructure to make sure that we'll attract the business people, and our electrical infrastructure as well is also giving us serious challenges. The municipality didn't have qualified electricians, and I've since appointed 2 electricians, and we are intending to appoint other electricians to make sure that our electricity infrastructure. Talk about the challenges that erupt in Genoa. Our infrastructure, electrical infrastructure, because it was not meant by qualified people, they did, you can imagine, we take somebody who we think knows how to deal with electricity, and they messed the infrastructure, but we are working on it. And although it's not going to take 2 months or 6 months, we are doing it in phases, but we are on course of addressing these issues. And Genoa is one of our big areas where we want to address Genoa, to make sure that we deal with Genoa. And we also internally have budgeted 1.5 million to make sure that the issues in Genoa are addressed. Although it is not enough, that 1.5 million, because in Genoa, we were operating with 1 big pump. And when one Manyasing doesn't have water. So that is why we have budgeted for this money to have another pump, and we also have make sure that we need to have a spare pump, so that when one pump malfunctions, we know we have another pump in-house. And Commissioner, we are having integrated waste management plan in a draft form. We are busy now with public participations for IDP and budget, and these strategic documents, they are also taken to the community through that process, so to make sure that when we adopt our budget in May, we also adopt this strategic document. Chairperson, like I indicated, we don't have water service plan in place. We are busy. And the sewer spillages follow that up in Hope House. But what I know in Hope House, the challenge that we are constantly having in Hope House is that area of Matlasin, where I said they usually don't get water when we are having some challenges of either load shedding or electricity challenges. And in Hope House, we also have these challenges of cross-border. In electricity, even ESCOM, they are also struggling because people are vandalizing our infrastructure and is this cross-border challenges. The issue that the people of Hope House were complaining mostly about is about the livestock animals which are kept in the yards. And last week we had a meeting intending to make sure that they remove their livestock from their yards to put them where in the area that we have identified, we have a land where we want them to put, but people are complaining about cross-border crimes because when their livestock is put somewhere where they are not, they say they are being stolen. But we are on that particular issue. And our refuse removal, we have our own compactor trucks. We have the household refuse is taken out on a weekly basis, but for the businesses, we are taking refuse twice per week. And if there is something that, the Kaliden, tell me that the director technically is using, but he was going there to benchmark on, he said in the Kaliden River, I don't know what is those things that they have put to get water, even if we see in the surface, the water level is he's busy with, I'm talking under correction. I don't know, but he's using a certain terminology which I am not sure of. On the water quality, yes, Chairperson, we are working on our water quality because we are also testing our water on a daily basis. And to take it into the laboratory, we are making sure that we're taking our water to UOFs on a bi-weekly basis to check the water quality, although we know that some challenges in Excelsior where people will find some worms in the water. And we also dealt with that. We made sure that we clean our reservoirs and our streams to make sure.
That was a comprehensive response. Any further questions, follow-ups? None. Thank you so much. I must say, you know, I've known both you and Mr. Nana for more than 20 years. And I'm extremely excited to listen to you. Because, and I base my opinion on the successes you achieved in Thabo Mfutsanyane, in Mansopa, carefully. But we are, you know, it is always encouraging if a municipal manager appears before the commission and knows his or her municipality and can acknowledge challenges and also provide us with a plan on how to correct the insufficient service delivery that is taking place, and you've acknowledged it, and we also appreciate the initiatives that you've taken. But, you know, we also have the media here in attendance, and Ms. Gierke will agree with me. There was a time, I think it was either the late 90s or early 2000s, but something went horribly wrong in that municipality, horribly wrong. I mean, if you don't have a roads infrastructure in Ladybrand to see that important to us. Root causes for the, if we could get it from requested the other violation immediately, whose cell phone would be switched on and would immediately deal with those violations. I like it. He's also a Facebook friend of mine. I will just messenger him. So, Mr. Nanap, every now and then when there are challenges in Mansopa, so that you assist us as a matter of urgency. And next time, if you don't do it and you appear before us again, I'm not going to be so nice. All right? All right. Yes, Mr. Moody. Okay, sure. There's just a request from Mr. Moody's.
Thank you. I'm providing to the Commission to also look into issues of farm evictions. And there was a situation where municipality was served, a complaint that I handled, and an eviction order was given to, against, people who are protected by ESTA at the municipality. And municipality did not submit, whether they have any alternative accommodation for evictees. So we just want to establish from municipality what measures, or plans do you have in place to be dealing with issues of, evictions or people who have livestock affaired, that you appreciate if you can just give us a written response on that aspect. Thank you so much.
And that should be within 7 days, please. Mr. Mpure, you also wanted to raise something?
Thank you, Commissioner. In fact, I just wanted to put the Commissioner's idea across. Commissioner had an idea that if maybe in your deliberation, that's something that you also had to
Time, thank you for respecting the Commission, but we will report back to the Commission. So thank you. Once again, you are released. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Good afternoon. Welcome to this inquiry. You're the last municipality before we take lunch. Are you the municipal manager of Nketwane? Oh, all right, good. Thank you. Mr. Nhlapo, because you will be providing oral evidence to the Commission, we will be expecting of you to either take the oath or affirmation. Which one do you prefer? Oath. All right. For the record, just use the mic, please, for record purposes. You may sit. You may be seated. Thank you. Just use the mic for record purposes. Please state your full names.
My names are Solomon Mokiti Nhlapo.
Thank you, Mr. Nhlapo. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give.
I swear that the evidence that I shall give.
Shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Good.
Thank you.
Right, Mr. Nhlapo, this is a formal statutory inquiry of the South African Human Rights Commission into local government service delivery challenges. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. I'm also the chairperson of this inquiry. And the other panel members are Mr. Tunoko Modise, the acting provincial manager, sitting next to me on my right-hand side. Next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele. She is a senior monitoring officer. And next to her, Mr. Tabo Mpore is our senior legal officer, also a practicing attorney. Right. We requested you, Mr. Nklapo, to provide us with a submission. You only have 20 minutes to present, so I'm going to request that you go straight to service delivery challenges, infrastructure improvement, programs that you've already implemented, not a wish list. We want to see what you are actually doing at the moment. You don't have to provide us with a background, but then we also want to understand the reasons for the challenges in your municipality. What are those challenges? Because something must have sparked the challenges in your municipality, and how your municipality is busy addressing the challenges, those root causes. So 20 minutes, over to you, but please focus on service delivery, please.
Commissioner Chairperson, thank you very much for affording our municipality the chance to come and present as per your invitation. Let me, before I go to the matter per se, state that our municipality consists of 4 towns. Reitz being the main town, Reitz Petsana, Mamafubedu, Lenklinta, as well as Addington and Ratswana. Those are the 4 towns constituting the municipality. The total number of inhabitants in terms of population, it's just up below 70,000, 64,800. The number of households, it's 19,000. These are very important because these are the households that we are providing services to for in the municipality, and where the problems actually exist in the municipality. Chairperson, as you might know, we provide services on 3 important areas, which are the provision of water, the provision of electricity, as well as refuse removals. There are other functions that we are performing, but these are the core functions that we actually provide for the residents in Nketwana. Perhaps one other thing that I want to state up front is that for a very long time we operated without senior managers. In fact, from February last year up until November, we did not have either acting directors or even permanent directors. I was all by myself. So you can understand the
reason for that?
I had taken a matter to council for them to appoint acting directors, acting senior managers, but council could not either form a quorum and not sit, where it said they did not see the importance of actually appointing these functionaries, believing that I could do the work for them. But I pleaded with them that, look here, it's not about me being able to do, but also there are committees of council that cannot sit because there are no senior managers, but they were able to appoint acting directors around November, but only for 3 months, while we started the process of appointing permanent directors from July last year. But for quite a long time, we were able to appoint these permanent directors in January. I must mention the senior managers in those directorates. You can imagine if your technical directorate does not have a senior manager or a director, what kind of problems that you are going to encounter. Your community services does not have, I'll just go back to them as when I my inputs. Having said that, Chairperson, if you go to slide 8, it talks about action rates, which is our main town, out of the 9,488 households, where that number, 10,458, have been connected. Some households, in some households per town. Settlement areas in Getwana, spread across the 4 towns of the municipality. And in each offering tankering services for water. Obviously, if an area is informal, you can't, there's no services provided there because the area is not formal. But hence you see that we are tankering a service there by using tankers. For that number of households in Petsana, as well as Mama Fubedu, 994, as well as in Tar Lentley, 163, and as well as Ward 5. Ward 5 is in Addington, Ratswana, where close to 1,031 households receive water through the tankering services. In Mama Fubedu, we extract our raw water from a dam called Middleburn Dam, which has got a capacity of 1.5 megaliters. But we are using only 1 megaliter of that capacity to provide water for the inhabitants. There are problems related to that distribution area, mostly on components that are not functional. Some of the components have gotten very old, rusted, and so on. But we are augmenting the provision of water. The source of their water is rates. There's a river passing through rates called the Libelsplay Mafubedu for Peter Stein. So Mama Fubedu also gets potable water from rates, but we're augmenting that source by the boreholes line that we want to, that we are busy constructing. A 32.5 kilometer line from rates to Mama Fubedu that will augment the already existing water line, because the current one, like I indicated, infrastructure is very dilapidated, it's very rusty, suffering from constant breakups and leakages. But we are busy with another line from race to Mama Fubedu. Informal areas, because you can't offer what you can call formal services. We are offering water there through Adu as well. Nta gets its abstract water from a river that runs through that area, which is Falls River. The water plant there produces and distributes on a capacity of 4 megaliters. So also there, because of the challenges that we are constantly having with the provision of water, we are also augmenting the supply of water through the use of boreholes in that area. The entire plant supplies that number of households, 5,511 households in the area called Nta or Lentley. Leratswana gets its water from a dam called Spornet Dam, which has got a capacity of 1 megaliter. But currently we are only using 0.8 megaliters to supply water in that area. We are also augmenting that source with the use of boreholes in that area. All in all, we are supplying about 1,991 households with water in that area. The challenges that we have in terms of water provision is the maintenance challenges. we are experiencing quite a lot of leakages to our system. This has been raised on a number of times as well by the Auditor General. That is why you'll see that when I talk about projects that are running now, we are busy replacing the current asbestos water pipes with the current ones that I'll talk about later. The challenge, of course, like I indicated, the old asbestos pipes are giving us problems because of the damages that incur to them constantly. Like I indicated, most of the backlogs that we have in the provision of water are with the informal settlements, because unless we formalize them, there can be no proper services there. But like I indicated, there are measures that we are putting in place to make sure that residents in those areas also receive water, but they remain our challenge as a municipality. Like I said, there are close to 9 informal areas spread all over in Ketwana municipality. Obviously, there are areas, even in towns, that have not yet been developed, that we are busy developing now. And obviously, those areas will not have provision of water in those areas. Now, what we are doing to try to address the challenges, we are busy compiling for implementation a water containment or a water distribution management strategy, which will help us, in fact, to make sure that we sustain a water network constantly by so we are able to do at least some parting the old asbestos pipes with new PVC pipes. I've just indicated that there's a pipeline that we are busy installing as we speak.
You have 5 minutes.
From Rage to Mamafubedu. Also intend to launch a citizen collaboration app. So sanitation-wise, we in Rage, we have got out of the 9,000 or so households, only 8,000 have flushing toilets. In Mamafubedu, out of the 5,000, only 4,000. In Lentley, out of the 5,300, only 5,100. Out of the 916 in Ratswana, we have got no flushing toilet, but use VIP toilets of municipality, which is a terrible per area. We recently had a meeting with the Department of Human Settlements, who are the custodians of a project to eradicate the package system. This was supposed to have actually been completed around 2015, 2016, but because of the problems with the service providers appointed by the department, the project is actually stalling, such that even now there seems to be no progress in completing this particular project. Our constant engagement, it's always been told that we are doing something about it. I've talked about the bucket system. Can you go to the next slide, please? The access, the challenges, like I said, we have got operational and maintenance challenges. We have got spillages as a result of old infrastructure strained out fault lines, which is a constant point of complaint for by residents. The spillages of sewage into river systems. And also the challenge of having those informal settlements that must be formally established. We are doing the following to address them: ongoing maintenance of sanitation facilities by unblocking sewer blockages, upgrading and refurbishment of wastewater treatment works and pump stations. We're having a very massive project that will start in 2024-25, where the entire system, sewage system, is going to be refurbished to address precisely the spillages of sewage into the river systems. Extension of sanitation facilities in new established townships, as well as launching that app that I referred to earlier. With regard to electricity, let me indicate that there are areas in the municipality where Eskom offers.
I think we can skip electricity. We have your report. Let us just focus on water, sanitation, you referred to what refuse. Refuse, you can perhaps address us on refuse, and then how you intend mitigating all those challenges.
Slide 24, yes, there you are. Out of those number of households, 8,038 have got access to refuse removal, which we do weekly lengthly as well as Addington Razwana, where we are doing weekly type set information for refuse. There is a solid waste that we have because of its proximity to residential areas. Such that the refuse of Mama Fubedu is taken either to raise or to lengthly. You can imagine the cost that we bear as a result of that. But we are busy identifying a piece of land kilometers away from residential area where we can actually put a disposal site for refuse. NTA does have a solid waste site, but we intend to identify another one because the current one, because of the expansion of the townships and the areas, expanding near to the current disposal site, we are about to close it, and then we are busy identifying a new one that will be located outside the perimeters of the township establishment. Leritzwana does not have a solid waste disposal site, but only transfer station, whose license was issued in 2012. But that site is not operational due to unavailability of a skip truck to transfer the waste to a disposal site. We are also busy trying to secure funding to get that truck to be able to transfer that waste to where it must actually go to. The challenges on refuse removal are the maintenance challenges, the illegal dumping, maintenance of landfill sites, the old fleet with no yellow fleet, the skip truck.
How do you intend addressing that? Just address us on how we're familiar with the challenges.
We have developed a maintenance plan on refuse removal that will be taken to council for approval. That will actually help us to make sure that we actually mitigate on these challenges.
So nothing is happening at the moment. So you're first waiting for the plan to be approved before something is going to happen.
Can I just go to 4.2? Perhaps it will begin to show us. We, as part of the MIG funding, we hadn't been able to secure funding to buy specialized vehicles that will help us to deal with refuse removal. As I speak, we have been able to secure 2 compactor trucks that are helping us a lot in terms of refuse removal. We are also in the process of purchasing for our residents dustbins, because this could be the major problem why people are dumping refuse in illegal areas. We are in the process of securing dustbins for at least in areas where there's massive illegal dumping, especially in informal settlements.
Mr. Nhlapo, I have your presentation in front of me, and I see your capital projects have been highlighted in red, MIC-funded projects. These projects have all been approved.
Some of them are actually running.
Running already.
The next slides will indicate which ones are currently running and which ones are planned for
to deal with.
Can I say that one that we are reflecting is traction?
Right, in your municipality.
There is that Matudin project. We've just completed in Razwana also. We have come again, Commissioner?
You have skilled people operating it.
Yes, we do have skilled people, even though we want to appoint more of them.
Remember, you are under oath. All right. Thank you, Mr. Nhlapo. Thank you for your presentation. How long have you been the municipal manager in Ketwana?
From December 2022.
Relatively new, just over a year. All right. You see, what is sad for me that you found a municipality like this. But how sad is it that thousands of residents in informal settlements don't have proper access to the most basic services? Using the bucket system in informal settlements, no access to refuse removal, and then you list, what are the causes of the challenge, littering, and what. Obviously, the same applies to water and what is the other one that you presented? Refuse removal I've dealt with. What are you going to do in the immediate future? In the immediate future for those people who are still using the bucket system? 1,400 in, is it Reitz, Betsana? That is water tankering, providing them with water tankers on a daily basis. I don't know how frequently. Doesn't the municipality regard the living conditions of those people seriously? Or are you planning to address the living conditions of people in the informal settlements at all? How many? I'm quickly trying to add these up. Almost just over 3,000 using buckets. I'm going to pass electricity, but refuse, same numbers. Just leaving those people to live in that rotten environment. Address me on the informal settlements. Is there nothing else you can do, providing a different form of sanitation for the informal settlements? Is the tankering that you are providing to them sufficient? How frequently do those tankers go there? I don't want to live like that. Surely they don't want to live like that. Is the municipality really serious about the living conditions of people in those informal settlements? Other questions, panelists? Mr. Mpure? Sure. Let me start with Mr. Modise. He wants to follow up on my question.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think just to give perspective, we had a project, where we did inspections on bucket systems across Ketwana municipality. And we visited, toilets are being built, electricity is there, but people are still using bucket systems. In other words, you can see that there's infrastructure that has been, put in that area, but still, those toilets are not flushed. And what we learned from committee members as we interviewed them, when these buckets are full, they have to take it and then go to an outskirt area close by and empty these buckets. We with Petrostain, were also an area which is, formalized. These toilets, we have pictures, we have, photos and interviews with these committee members where, these toilets are, the infrastructure is there, but people, have stored things because these toilets cannot be flushed. And in fact, you start to see some people, pouring water into these toilets and flush them. And that causes also, spillages, even in an infrastructure which has not yet been connected to the wastewater treatment works. And that is the same situation in members and infrastructure is there and they cannot.
Because of villages are not being attended to, not enough water supply, 200 meters as per legislation. Community suffering a number of impact affecting both treatment and environment are like this that we receive from Kedwan. Relates to water, relates to sewage spillages. So a water development plan. Doesn't Kedwan have one? If you have one, we'd like to have it. You are also required in terms of the National Environmental Management Act to have integrated waste development plan. If we have it, we also want to have it because those plans specifically details how the municipality will be able to deal with sewage, spillages, and water and so forth. So we want that information if you do have it. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson. Mr. Nhlapo, you indicated that there are a number of vacancies amongst the management cohort. I wonder, in terms of other staff, more junior staff, those who are really the implementers, do you have enough staff and are they adequately qualified? That's my question for now. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Nhlapo, can you respond to those very, very serious concerns that we've raised?
Commissioner Chair, I must indicate that as well, that those are very serious conditions that people must not live under. I concede that as a municipality we have failed in that regard to provide people, at least all the people in the municipality, with proper sanitation, water, and other services. It's mainly in the informal sector been given to them, which is what we are doing currently. We have just completed the consultation process with regard to our spatial development framework, women settlements 2 weeks ago, to say we need to formalize these settlements. Please, guys, help us to speed up the process of formalization because the conditions are becoming unbearable because more and more people are actually getting into these informal settlements. But what we're also doing, we are also enlisting assistance from Petsana with close to 6 of installing a waterless sanitation facility to help us. And fortunately, they did install these assistance to other informal settlements with water. One would wish that but because of these constraints, we're not able to. But at least we are in terms of the financial constraints. I've indicated that I'm not for a moment going to divest our responsibility as municipality in terms of sanitation. We are dependent on them, the two. We're also included into the program of poverty eradication. So, like I did this project, because so I know we finished about 2-3 years back, but they said they're having problems with people that they are. Look here, we are going to communities in terms of our IDP. So let's look here, we are busy dealing with this. They're complicated that the tankering with is not enough. We want to, the sewer spillage. This happens particularly in Mama Fubedu, in rates as well as in scale them. The one in Lentley is more acute, not to sparing a farm. What we're doing, we have enlisted resources from MIG that are going to be in the form of a project where we are refurbishing the entire sewage system network, especially in Lentley, in Tar. But what we are doing now, we have engaged a company called Baberegi to supply us with a pump into False River. So we have to alleviate the problem, while the project of refurbishment is going to take place in 24-25 financial year. We will provide, Chairperson, the plans that Babumpo has requested. But fortunately, we have been able to fill up all the senior positions. We have got Director Corporate, we have got Director Community Services, Director Technical, Director LED and Tourism, but also having a problem regarding the CFO. The guy was appointed in last year in October, but already there are problems. He terminated his contract 6 months down the line after his appointment. And the guy took over to say what is going to happen thereafter. But it has become a problem as well. But it's true that we do have serious vacancies. People pass away, people become dismissed, people. I had a meeting with my director. They've submitted a list of agent vacancies that must be filled. Most of these vacancies relate to general workers. But certainly, my intention is that come April, first week of April, we advertise all these positions that are critical for service delivery. But it is a problem currently.
Are you aware of a municipal official by the name of Ansi Fantoner? Will you be doing?
In the office of Lentley.
Sorry, is this an appropriate question? This is a public meeting, the media is present. Shouldn't we ask you to deal with this offline? Because it's a staff matter. I know, but should we deal with it in public, our staff complaints? Can I ask you to deal with it after the session with the municipal manager?
It's fine.
You said to us that you fix submissions on how to address service delivery and so on, but you've also said to us that your council is not even serious to fill the positions of your senior managers. Last year, submission went to them, you could not curate. You know, what guarantee do we have that, you know, all the plans you have and that you will be tabled before council tomorrow will even be considered by your council? I just get the impression that your council is not serious about service delivery at all. I just get that impression. But going forward, you know, criminal charges were brought against municipal managers of other municipalities, not by ourselves, by other, I think it could have been political parties or concerned residents and so on. And some of those municipal managers have, there were orders against them. Now, with regards, you are raising the issue of sewer spillages, and is it the False River you said? And you are saying to us that you can only procure, a pump in the 24-25 financial year? Is that what you said? But the MFMA also makes provision for deviation in cases of emergency, not urgency, emergency. And this is an emergency. You to procure, why can't you to unfold in 24, 25? Cannot be correct. It cannot be correct that we have that situation. Once to address water provision to the people in the informal settlements, addressing the issue of buckets. Is there not a more humane sanitation system that you can, in the meantime, until you know, you wait for all these other processes to unfold that, you know, can be used to address the issue of the bucket system. And then also with regards to safe environment is a basic right in terms of the Bill of Rights, in terms of the Constitution. And we just allow people to rot in the refuse in Ketwana. What can you do immediately? Immediately. Not wait for a plan to be approved by council, which will probably not be approved. What can be done immediately to address the basic needs of more than 3,000 people in Ketwana?
Chair, I want to address what you are raising as perhaps one of the immediate measures that we can undertake in terms of using the SCM emergency option. One has looked into that. Let me confess as well that as we speak, I'm facing a criminal charge in terms of the spillage in Lentley. Water and Sanitation has opened a case against myself on that. This stems from, they did a study in 2020 and then came and looked into this matter and wrote a report to the then municipal manager, but there was no response at all from the municipal manager. Up until I became municipal manager in 2022. Then they reminded me that, look, there's this matter that you must look into very seriously. And then I provided them with a full report on what I'm going to do to address this particular matter. But by that time, you could say the horse has bolted already. They said, no, we hear your measures, but they come in too late, too little at this stage. So we are proceeding with opening a case against the municipality and particularly yourself. So that is what is happening now. I've had interactions with the investigation officer about the matter to tell them what I intend to do. The matter of the pump is an immediate one. If everything goes well, by the end of April, we should be having that pump working. The pipeline system, it's a long-term one that will only going to be implemented in 2024-25 financial year. But the one of the pump, remember that treatment work. The only problem is that the pump is not functional because of old age and other things. We need to replace that with a new one, which is what we're going to do before the end of April. I can give that commitment to the commission now about what we're going to do. Like I said, we've also interacted with a service provider to make sure that we do that. Now, the option of emergency procurement, I think one is mindful, but also because the Auditor General had raised this matter of emergency procurement to say, but you municipalities, you are creating problems for yourself and then run to emergency procurement as a result. This problem, you knew about the problem from a long time ago, the spillage. Why didn't you address it as soon as we were told about this matter and wait up until it has become a crisis? And then, so the argument that we are now using emergency procurement to address it, the AG does not, think kindly about that one. So one is mindful about that eventuality as well, but to look at that as well.
But you must, Mr. Nhlapo, you must consider your priorities. You must consider your priorities. You cannot allow a situation that sewer gets spilled into the Falls River, and then we use the Auditor General as an example, or as an excuse. Surely some things must be more important than administrative processes. Surely. surely something must be done to address the sewer spillage in the Vals River. Honestly. And I'm sure that the Auditor General will also assist because they are very helpful. I used to be a municipal manager myself. They are very helpful when you engage them and say, I have this serious crisis in my municipality. I intend doing this. How do you advise me doing it? They are very helpful. Any other follow-ups, colleague? Mr. Modise?
Can I just comment?
Sure.
Incidentally, I'm having a meeting with PT, with the Auditor General actually after this meeting.
Cool.
To discuss that, look here, I'm having a problem of the spillages now. Precisely to raise this matter to say, you guys were going to raise this, to say we've created a problem ourselves and therefore we are running to emergency. Help me out now to deal with this matter.
Thank you,
this
Mr.
meeting
Mhlaphe.
this afternoon.
Thank you for that. Mr. Modise and then Mr. Mpuri.
I'm aware that in municipalities there are councillors. And, you know, these people who are staying in informal settlements, as you have now explained, you know, there should be councillors there who, you know, should be seized with, you know, conditions and, you know, making sure that services are provided to these communities. What I want to establish from you is this, your council, is it functional? Municipal council, and if so, do you have a, you know, municipal public, you know, accounts committee in your council that really looks into these things? Because for me, that should be what Commission has now raised, should be a matter of urgency, you know, to really uplift, you know, and give the residents living in these conditions, restoring their dignity. And that is just what I want to understand from you. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. You mentioned a lot of challenges in Dadenhlapo, and some of these challenges, the law provides solutions for you. For instance, Section 153 of the Constitution, Section 139, sorry, and then Section 152, I think, enjoys the provincial government to give you support when you need it. And also Section 153 enjoys the national government to give you support when you need it. Have you requested assistance from any of these provincial government or national government? Or have they offered any help towards your municipality? Because I think that's one of the things that you can do, you know, to get the support to overcome some of these challenges. Thank you.
Chair, we have done that, and perhaps the Commission may want to assist here. Like I said, the spillage in Lentley is the most serious one that we are facing as a municipality, the Vals River spillage. When the current MEC was in Nketwana, we remember I said the refurbishment of the network is going to occur during the 24-25 financial year, the coming financial year in July. In our meeting with him, we said, look here, this matter is very urgent. We need to do this project this financial year, not wait for the new financial year. I think the mayor was there as well, and the MEC said the mayor must write him a letter to indicate that this is things very critical, very urgent, and request him to intervene to allow the project to be done in the current financial year, not the one 24-25. And then MEC said he'll try to talk to the relevant funding authorities. Fortunately, MIG falls within the Department of COGTA, which is the department. I remember preparing that letter for the mayor to the MEC, and the letter was dispatched to the MEC. But unfortunately, up to now, there's been no response from the office of the MEC with regard to this matter. So it's we are indeed appealing for assistance from them in terms of assisting us with these particular issues. But there's been no, I'm not sure if the
Can
mayor...
you, sorry, excuse me. In your submission in the documents that you will submit to the Commission, can you also submit the letter that you wrote to the MEC for asking for support? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nhlapo. Just for clarity purposes, I'm going to request that you engage with Ms. Morojele just after your session. But I also want, for purposes of our report, I also want you to provide us with a written submission on the Hansie van Tonder matter within 7 days. How you're going to address that specific complaint, and then what are the other documents that we require from Mr. Nhlapo? Is it the water services plan, the other one? If you can just write it down. Just use the mic so that he can follow.
We said we wanted the water development plan and the waste development plan.
Only those two.
Only those two, and the letter that you wrote for support to the MEC.
The letter to the MEC, Mr. Modise, any documents that you require? What plan?
The National Environmental Management Plan, you know, of these villages and all that.
And then the last one would be the Hansie van Tonder matter, and a response on how you're going to deal with that. Within 7 days, Mr. Nhlapo, please.
And also, Mr. Nhlapo, if you have a water cuts intervention plan, if you have a water shading schedule, we'll also want to have that.
All right, on that note, Mr. Nhlapo, thank you very much for taking the effort to drive to Mangaung and Bloemfontein to address the challenges in Ketwana. But let me also indicate that I'm grateful for the honesty. You know, you provided us with accurate statistics, and obviously the Commission is extremely concerned about those statistics. Yes, you did find the municipality in the state that it is. It is just unbelievable what we have seen in the Free State, the state of municipalities, and you know, the deterioration in a very short period of time. Unbelievable. So good luck with best wishes for, you know, in fixing the serious service delivery challenges in Ketwana. There's a lot of people who are not only concerned and who lodge complaints with the Human Rights Commission, but there are also a lot of people who rely on you to address this. So yes, you have the challenge of the criminal charges now, but it's still possible, Mr. Nhlapo, to reverse those charges and to convince a court that this is what I have done. This is what I have done. Stop the sewer spillages in the river. That is the first thing you must do. So, yeah, best of luck. Please don't forget to meet with Ms. Morojele and drive safely back to Nketwana. You are released. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner and members.
All right, just for administrative, for the report writer, Mr. Modise will just address you on the bundle numbers for purposes of your report.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. On the second day of this hearing, our fourth bundle would be submissions from Maluti Apofung. The fifth bundle will be submissions from Phumelela local municipality. The sixth bundle will be from Mantsopa local municipality, and the seventh bundle will be submission from Nketwana local municipality. Thank you, Commissioner.
All right, we are then adjourning for lunch. It is now 20 to 2. May I request that we return by 2:15. Thank you very much. Inquiry is adjourned.
Is your name Katie?
Yeah, Katie.
Can I take a photo? Yeah, I'll take a note. What is your biggest challenge? The spillage. The sewage. In the False River also. What is the case with Hansie van Toner? What is the Hansie van Toner problem?
Right, good afternoon. Is this the delegation from Ditlabeng? All right. May I request that you just introduce yourselves?
Good afternoon. I am Haun Teddy, the municipal manager of the Ditlabeng local municipality.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Raymond Provis, CFO of Ditlabeng. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon. This is an inquiry by the South African Human Rights Commission on local government service delivery in the Free State Province. It is a statutory inquiry, so we are obviously following strict procedures. Before we continue, allow me just to introduce the panel members to you. My name is Henk Boshoff. I'm a commissioner with the South African Human Rights Commission. I will also be the chairperson of the inquiry. On my right-hand side is Mr. Tunoko Modise. He is the acting provincial manager in the Free State office. Next to me is Ms. Naledi Morojele. She's a senior monitoring officer, Free State office. And the gentleman sitting next to her is Mr. Tabo Mpore, senior legal officer. This is your panel. All right, gentlemen, because these are formal proceedings, we will be requiring of you to present your oral evidence under oath or affirmation. Which do you prefer, oath or affirmation?
The affirmation.
Affirmation. All right. For the record, please state your full names.
I am Haun Teddy.
All right. Just repeat after me. I solemnly affirm that the evidence I shall give.
I solemnly affirm that the evidence that I shall give
shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
Thank you very much. Yes, sir. Just for the record, please state your full names.
Raymond Peter Provis.
Thank you very much. And which do you prefer, the oath or affirmation?
I'll take the oath.
The oath. All right. Please raise your right hand and repeat after me. I swear that the evidence I shall give.
I swear that the evidence I shall give
shall be the truth.
Shall be the truth.
The whole truth.
The whole truth.
And nothing but the truth.
And nothing but the truth.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Thank you very much. All right, you provided us with a submission. We requested you to provide a submission to the Commission on service delivery challenges in the Ditlabeng municipality. We did receive it. Thank you for the submission. It's a PowerPoint presentation that you forwarded to us, 30 slides. So I'm going to request you to take us through the presentation, but you only have 20 minutes. You know, we are dealing with all the municipalities in the Free State, so only 20 minutes to take us through your presentation. And please provide us with a high-level overview, but focus on the service delivery challenges in Ditlabeng, and also how infrastructure challenges and how you intend addressing those challenges with specific focus on water, sanitation, and even refuse removal, because those are basic human rights in terms of Chapter 2 of the Constitution. All right, if you can take us then through those slides. We did go through the presentation. We understand the issue of the population and the background, but it's already part of our evidence that we will be uploading. So just take us through the aspects that I've highlighted. Who's going to do the presentation?
But Chair, if you allow, I will do part of the presentation. With your indulgence, there's a part that I will also request the CFO to assist.
Of course.
Thank you. Chair, thank you for affording us an opportunity to do the presentation. I hope it will cover the areas that you had actually highlighted. Safe to say, I will not necessarily start with the entire presentation, just as per your directive. In terms of the slide 3 that talks to services, we'll have outlined the different towns in the municipality and also the services that we are offering. Just an exception is that when you look at Bohlokong in terms of electricity, all these other services are actually being provided by us as municipality, but with the exception of Bohlokong, Fontaine, Clarence, and Hobezwana, where ESCOM is actually providing the service to our communities. The same will go for the second, the ensuing slide. All other services except for Forestberg, Mashai, in fact, not Forestberg, Mashai and Maute, which is part of Rosendal, where ESCOM is actually responsible for electricity. And as for the rest of the other services, we are responsible. The reliability of our services in terms of the number of service points that we have on our database. It says in Bohlokong we have about 20,194, and all those we have taps inside the yard. And then the electricity is reflected there, which we are providing. I think I will not necessarily go through, but I think we're just trying to show in terms of the services that we are providing in different settlements that are constituting the Hlabe local municipality. In terms of maybe just to touch on water services as it is reflected and what sanitation and the figures are there, as well as refuse removal. We're trying to comply with the norm that requires us that we should be, at least once a week, we should be able to collect a refuse from campsite. The same will go for these other towns, which will be Forestberg, Poru, Rosendal, and also some of the informal settlement that we are having. It's just that the reason why we will have in other informal settlement not applicable is because those that are not formalized, we not necessarily at this stage are able to provide services. But in some instances, in areas where we are regarding those as formal, we are trying to deliver the services. In terms of water, Chairperson, these are some of the work that we're doing or the service that we are providing. In Bohlokong, we are providing water. We're using salt-brought water treatment for the provision of water, as well as part of our water treatment works that is responsible for Bethlehem, Polru, Rosendal, and Forestberg. This also touches on the project that we are actually doing. As you can see, in terms of Clarence, there's also another project that we'll be doing just to augment what we are having, the upgrading of treatment works and raw water pump station, which is still underway. Maybe safe to say, as it stands, we're having a bit of a challenge because in November, Lesotho Highlands will be closing. So we are already in talks. We have actually received a letter from DWS, which indicates that they will be assisting us at a time we will not be able to provide water in terms of commissioning of drilling and commissioning of boreholes. So that's one thing that we're trying to do as a measure to still try and deliver water. In Forestberg, we really have a challenge in terms of water supply. Much as our source of water is Caledon River, we actually implementing restrictions because there are some challenges. Part of what we are planning to do, depending on the availability of funds, is among others to try and get boreholes that will augment the provision of water. We have just appointed
Sorry, what are those challenges in Forestberg?
Water.
Yeah, but what about the water provision?
We are, as I indicated, we're relying on Caledon River, and at times it ran dry, so which really creates problems for us in terms of the provision. We have just appointed now a contractor to do an upgrading of the abstraction point. I think that we had actually signed the appointment letter last week. So that's our measure, but in terms of what we're trying to do. But in addition to that, the anticipation is that working with other stakeholders, we should be able to try and commission some boreholes so that we can at least try and provide water. But in the meantime, we are still providing water tankers to the areas around Forestburg and Mashayeng in a case where we are unable to deliver water. Rosendal, we also have our fair challenges in terms of water provision. We are dependent on Soul Plachi, but we also implementing restrictions in terms of high water demand in that particular area. The same will go for similar what we're doing in Forestburg in terms of tankering water, although it actually comes at a cost, but we are trying to do that. In terms of the water provision, these are the figures that on the basis weekly and monthly, but the total it will show 14,485, 102, but the figures as reflected, these are the services that we're actually offering to our different towns as reflected on the presentation. The challenge. Okay, maybe I'm moving too fast. I'm trying to beat the 20 minutes. I'm not sure whether it will be a world record, but I'm trying. In terms of the gaps, Chairperson, the water maintenance achieved within reasonable time frames. Our turnaround is most of the time 48 hours in terms of the reported issues we are trying to do. We really are under pressure in terms of water supply, which is why, among others, we will have sought to upgrade Saltsport and Clarence treatment works, as well as the Caldon Row water supply. We're just trying to do things, our plans to actually augment what we are having so that at least we are in a better position. We also have a central complaint system where clients report the complaints. It is operating between 7:30 and 16:30. We understand that beyond that, our unit manager are always available. They also have from some form of the WhatsApp groups where these issues are raised, and we are trying to attend to some of the issues. The only thing that is actually flip side to this one is that some of these things also contribute to our high employee cost because it actually accumulates into overtime. So, but when these complaints are reported, we try and attend. Our water, sewer and water pump station are operating optimally. The only concern that we are having is actually vandalism. On my way here, I think our security, although at times we somehow miss the deadline, in fact, the time frames, but we are trying to do that. This summary just talks to the provision of water in different towns as reflected here. I will not necessarily go into details on this one, Chairperson. Chairperson, this just shows the project that we are implementing. This is basically talking to water. We have the upgrading of Saltsport water treatment works. It has started a while back. The anticipation is that they will be completing their work now in May 2024. As it stands, they are sitting at 65%. That was Section A, which was actually addressing the raw water abstraction point. Section B has been completed in December 2022. Section C, which is mechanical, electrical, and civil, they are sitting at 54%. The anticipation is that they will complete now in May 2024. Section D was completed in May 2023. There's one project that has not started, but we have appointed. We're just waiting for an approval from DWS because in terms of the proposal that we had received, it was a bit high in terms of what would have been awarded or allocated by DWS. We also have this upgrading of Clarence water treatment works from 1 milliliter to 4 milliliter a day. In terms of Part A, which is anticipated to finish around May 2024, which is sitting at 92. Part B, the site and concrete works, which is sitting at 93%. The anticipation is that by May 2024, they will have actually completed. The upgrading of raw water pump station, including Rising Main in Clarence, we have just appointed now. They should be, so we actually appointed in December. The anticipation is that they will have completed the project in October 2024. The last one, which we had just appointed now, it will run for 18 months. That is the upgrading of the Caldon raw water in Forestburg. So this one will be completed by September 2025. We had just issued an appointment letter last week. On this one, it's just a reflection of the staff component. As you can see, in terms of the total number of employees, there's about 1,045. The permanent staff is in the region of 863. The temporary employees are actually in the region of 182. On this slide, Chairperson, if you may allow, there are also some teething challenges that relates to these temporary employees. Because some of them, in terms of what has been done before my time in the municipality and the CFO, there are challenges that we are still experiencing, which might not necessarily be applicable for this forum.
Now, address us on those challenges.
Chair, on this one, the 182 employees, I think the background that I have, I think there's a report that talks about something like 256 employees which were employed, and the reality is that some of these employees were actually recruited and employed not following the proper procedures, so which really creates a problem. And in addition to that, there are some that are actually in the office of the political office bearers who started in around 2021 after the local government elections. Second to that, I think the municipality in the past will have actually not followed the proper procedures when recruiting, because some of those that are regarded as temporary employees will have been the interns and the graduates that will have been recruited in the municipality, but when their term of internship or their contract came to an end, the municipality will not have necessarily terminated their employment as per the contract, so they remain in the municipality. So by virtue of them being there, I think part of the graduates that are in the municipality have been there since 2012. Some of the temporary employees have been there ranging between 2014, 2015, and so forth. So those are some of the problems, and then it then works out to 182. So those are the challenges that I am sitting with now as the accounting officer. On this one, Chairperson, basically we just trying to show that these are the initiatives that we have actually embarked on by the municipality in terms of trying to capacitate those that are in the employ of the municipality, just to try and address issues that relates to service delivery. We're just trying to actually outline some of the initiatives that were implemented by the municipality. The same will go for this one, which just reflect the numbers of the people who have attended training in terms of addressing the challenges and also improving in terms of our ability to deliver the service to the best of our ability. This part, if you allow, I will request the CFO to run through this slide that relates to financial overview, Chairperson.
That's in order, CFO.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to go through this in too much detail. I think this is the revenue in thousands of rands. So you can see there the electricity revenue was 232 million rand for the 21-22 financial year. We have not yet received our audit outcome for the 2022-23, hence I didn't put it up here. But if you can go to the next slide, please, ma'am. You'll see that the total revenue for the 3 financial years was 735 million, 811 million rand, and 823 million rand. If we can move through then to the next slide, you'll see then on our expenditure ran at 895 million rand, 1 billion, and 1.15 billion, leading to losses of 160 million rand, 190 million rand, and 192 million rand. That's where our key challenges do lie. The municipality is making severe losses. You can see that the revenue is either underbilled or the expenditures overextended. One of the key factors, the next slide, one of the key factors that I think in any organization, one of the key factors is stability of senior management. The position of municipal manager has been vacant for 2 years, and the CFO for almost 4 years. When it comes to that, that they put people in acting positions, especially in the finance department. Then the person will act for one session, then his co-manager will act for the next session, and that creates animosity between the two of them because one's the boss 1 month and the other one's the boss the other month. So we have been appointed, and we had to make the municipality more financially stable. The financial challenges. Financial challenges, measures taken by the other provincial governments to assist us. Provincial and National Treasury has helped us to implement the debt relief. We currently owe Eskom more than 1 billion rand. So we were part of the debt relief program that was approved in December 2023. The implementation thereof still remains a challenge due to the cash flow constraints of the municipality. Both have assisted the municipality in developing a budget funding plan. Our budget was not funded. It was grossly unfunded by about 200 million rand. You can see that clearly in the deficit that's going through each financial year. And we're in more engagements now that the municipal manager and myself are appointed. More engagements are being taken with national and provincial treasury to help assist in the process. Measures taken in the long term. We need to ensure that the municipal budget is funded. That's one of the key points that we are looking at. We're ensuring that the municipal revenue is maximized. We have to make sure that all properties are billed correctly and accurately. We got exception reports that we are now implementing vigorously to get our billing revenue up. Water and electricity meters are all in working order. We've got more than 9,000 meters in the municipality that are not in working order. We're in the process of procuring more of those meters through, there was an initiative from Treasury where they might be funding these smart meters for municipalities that are in debt relief. Prepaid meters are tampered with. We're now checking meters that are to ensure that they're not tampered with. And then we're also looking at increasing the municipal revenue base. We've got a lot of property, industrial property, that we're now going out on tender to sell. We've obviously got to sell it at market value, but we want to create additional business within our municipality and thereby increasing our property rates. Among the highest properties with regards to revenue, we will have many more as we go along. As we go through the process, we'll figure out a lot more and then obviously implement them. These are more high-level things. Ensure that revenue build is collected. We have a fully fledged revenue collection section now in the municipality. The challenge is in the areas where the municipality does not provide electricity and therefore cannot disconnect the electricity. We are in negotiations with Eskom to assist us in that process. We're also going to go out in a tender to ensure that we can, or just to test the market on the possibilities of revenue collection systems. We also now have implemented revenue collection within our financial system, which is bearing some fruits. And then until the revenue collection rate is not improved, it's currently sitting at just below 60%. The target is 90%. But as soon as, if we don't address that thing, obviously then that becomes a provision in the balance sheet. That also doesn't look very good on the income statement. And then the next slide is cost containment measures. We have got the cost containment measures and we are implementing those. The audit outcomes for the last 3 financial years has been qualified audit opinions, and as I said, the one for 22-23 is still outstanding. Then the last, irregular expenditure. There's a list of our regular expenditure. In the 2023 financial year, we started off at 619 million rand. And then in the next slide, you'll see it's gone up to 791 million rand at the end of the 2023 financial year. And council hasn't approved any write-offs of that so far. Our wasteful expenditure is mostly interest. The total is 256 million rand. You can see the jump due to the non-payment of Eskom. I think the interest is almost 10 million rand a month on the Eskom account. Under the next slide, please. Under the adverse audit opinions, we did not receive an adverse audit opinion. Next slide, thank you.
Chair, if you may allow just to correct, I think there was just an error in terms of where CFO was reporting in terms of the appointment of both the municipal manager and the CFO. I think we reflected as 2024 instead of 2023, so that at least it be corrected. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Thank you, CFO, for the presentation. I'm going to request the panel members to put questions to you, questions for clarity, questions for further explanation. Mr. Mpore, can we start with you?
Thank you, Commissioner, and thank you, gentlemen, for gracing us with your presence today. I would just like to start first by putting a certain complaint to you. It's not a complaint as such, because there was a definitive finding that was made there. The South African Human Rights Commission released an investigative report in 2011 against the Hlabe municipality. The town concerned was Poloro. The complaint was made by Mr. Danisi Demake on behalf of the residents of Fatentsensu in Poloro. The complainant alleges that the respondent had violated the rights of the residents of the municipality to human dignity and the rights of the residents to clean environment, health, and privacy, in that it had failed and refused or neglected to provide residents with adequate access to basic municipal service, including solid waste removal, water, and sanitation. Further, the respondent have violated the resident right to access to information, in that the respondent has not been transparent and forthcoming with information that affects the community. This report was released in 2011 by the South African Human Rights Commission, and there were recommendations and there were findings and recommendations that were made there. If I can just take you to the finding of the commission. All right. So the finding says, based on the investigation conducted by the commission and the analysis of the constitutional right, court judgment, applicable legislation, the commission finds that the respondent failed to adequately conceptualize, plan, and implement its project, which resulted in the resident being forced to live in an undeveloped area with no municipal service and infrastructure. The respondent submissions that they are not responsible for the delivery of housing, and that housing responsibility of provincial and local government is not justified and is unacceptable and goes against their own housing plan. The complaint of violation to the right of human dignity, privacy, and clean environment, housing, health, and access to information are upheld. So, and there's also a recommendation. So if you want the report, you can have access to it. So there's also recommendations there by the commission. So what followed this was we had a meeting with the municipal manager. Mr. Mudisa was there with me. I think at the time it was Ntatetseki, if I'm not mistaken. And then we presented this report to them, and we requested that they gave their intervention plan in as far as the recommendations suggest. We are still waiting for that. And this report is issued in 2011. So if you count 2011 to 2024 now, it's almost more than 10 years, in fact. The community of Poloro have not been given their responses in terms of what this report suggests. They are still staying there in an undeveloped land that is using bucket system. There are no municipal services. And still we have not received the response in relation to this report. So this is just a complaint that I wanted to bring forward to your attention. Thank you, Commissioner.
Ms. Morojele, you are next, followed by the PM.
Thank you, Commissioner. I wonder if we can revert to the presentation on slide number 10. I think there's 3 slide number 10s. Those are the ones dealing with the finances. And I've noted that the situation is actually getting worse. It appears irregular expenditure has increased from previous years. So has wasteful expenditure. And so I wonder if you can indicate to us what are you doing to address that? And what have been the causes of the problem growing instead of being resolved? Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner. I just want to establish, just from what Naledi has just asked, the AG raised, a concern that the municipality cannot really continue on a going concern, and we want to, you to indicate really what is the total for all irregular expenditure, and secondly, the construction of Bethlehem Bracken Park. It was also raised by the AG on their slide, the 6th slide, and that is the construction of water and sewer networks that were planned to be completed around 2021. This completion has not really, materialized or been realized till to date. We would really want you to explain the same to us, and we received complaints from our office, sewer spillages in Forelsbeek, Mashayeng, and we want to know from you, how is that going to be resolved? Understanding the fact that, the spillages, inevitably ends up, in the Cullen water, Cullen River, and that really has, high potential of, contaminating the very scarce, water resource that we need. And I think for now, I'll just ask the last question, and then I'll leave it to other colleagues to, to share theirs question as a follow-up. What is your township regeneration plan? We've been having, townships with, in the old apartheid, era, these townships have remained the same way, or they are continuously, really deteriorating. There's no improvement in townships, as we stand now. We would like to hear, is this, one of the plans that municipality has, to regenerate dilapidating townships, and an infrastructure that was really inherited from, the past, apartheid regime. Thank you, Commissioner.
Right, thank you very much. If you have to use 2 pairs of glasses, you're getting old. Right, CFO, you would understand these terms, but the AG was here yesterday, and the provincial head of the Auditor General, he made a comprehensive presentation to the Commission on the audit outcomes. And you are correct, CFO, he provided us with the audit outcomes for, is it 21, 22? He also indicated, you are correct, that they are busy consolidating the audit opinions and the audit outcomes, and it will be released in May. But then he also addressed us on material irregularities, and specifically, you know, the areas of material irregularities that fall within the mandate of the Human Rights Commission. Well, firstly, it is harm to the general public, which include landfill site mismanagement and pollution of water resources. But it goes further, this presentation that the AG provided to us. You know, you've provided a sanitized report to the Commission. Because the AG is very clear, he calls your municipality a dysfunctional municipality. You are one of 11 dysfunctional municipalities in the Free State Province. And he says, findings were identified on dysfunctional wastewater treatment plants and waste landfill sites, which falls within the definition I earlier referred to. This was due to a combination of poor management in terms of minimum requirements, theft, and vandalism. You have not addressed the Commission on this. The collapse of the wastewater treatment works resulted in raw sewage being discharged into the environment. Material irregularities were issued due to likely substantial harm to the public as a result of the pollution to the environment. You have not addressed the Commission on this view of the Auditor General. Serious harm to the public has been identified by the Auditor General. And I would like to have your response on it, on how you intend dealing with this. It's one thing presenting us with facts and figures, but you have not gone into the detail because your municipality is really harming the public. It's not my statement, it's what the AG is saying. And we are not seeing any intention on your side to even remotely address what was raised. Second issue, you earlier referred to, is it just over 200 irregular appointments in the municipality that you found there? Is that correct? People that were appointed not following the correct procedures?
182, Commissioner.
182. How do you intend dealing with those 182? Are you just going to absorb them? Or do you have a plan of declaring those appointments as irregular? All right, if you can respond to the questions put to you, and then there will be a second round as well.
Commissioner, thank you. I should have actually started with this disclaimer. I think in terms of the presentation, we'll have indicated with the CFO that I only started in the municipality in August 2023. So some of the things that, in my view, are historical might be a bit of a challenge. In fact, if I may even try to attempt to respond, I will basically be lying to you. So I would not necessarily want to mislead the Commission in terms of that. Mpore, I think if you allow, I know that there was a report in 2011 that was released. The municipality has not responded. I think that that you had actually referred to is actually the current executive mayor. So if you allow, I was not aware of such a report, and maybe if the commission allows, so that I can actually go back, consult the report in terms of us preparing a formal report, and so that at least I do not commit myself in terms of that. I will actually leave in terms of the questions that were posed by Mayor Morojele in terms of the CFO to respond to those one. The Commissioner, I actually accede that some of the findings, it's just unfortunate that the current report we have not really seen, and we might not necessarily be privy to what the findings of the AG as it is. In terms of, I know that there are, in terms of the previous audit report, it will have reflected in terms of the spillages that you are referring to. But specifically, I know in Buchan Park, I think as I started, I'm already actually attending court, because there has been those instances in the past where municipality was found wanting. And unfortunately, because I was not the accounting officer, I may not know as to why those were not addressed. But part of what we are doing is to, in a case where our finances are not really available in terms of addressing the infrastructure, just touching on what Ndatemdis was asking, for us is to prepare business plan in terms of one, addressing our infrastructure challenges. Safe to say, the reason why we will have those villages, will have instances where we will be regarded as polluting water, is because we basically have aging infrastructure. Much as I'm not responding to Datempore, I think we're one of those municipalities which do not, as it stands, do not have a bucket in our space, because they have been eradicated. Unless if those will be, that will be in probably the informal settlement and so forth. But in terms of the records that we have as it stands, we do not have record of that. But
sorry, the place we are referring to, the place that is being referred to in the report is Fatensensu in Polru. There's a settlement up there, just underneath the mountain. There's a settlement there, people who have been staying there. These are the people who have been covered by the report. In fact, these are the people who actually went to court first, and then the court issued the court judgment, and then they came to the Human Rights Commission. And the Human Rights Commission investigated and issued this report. Basically, the instruction was that municipality must develop that place. So when in the meeting that we had with Ndadizek, they were able to give response, but we requested them to give the response in writing. So we have been waiting for that. And they know, immediately when you discuss this thing with them, they will know that this was in relation to this. So there is a bucket system that is being used there. We have inspected the place. So there is a bucket system that is being used there in Polru.
Okay, the tempore, I will consult on that one, thank you. So in terms of the spillages in Forest Back Chairs that you had actually referred to, I think as we were representing, we're trying to respond. I think we had actually, our turnaround time is mostly 48 hours for us to go and address the spillages. It is just that, as I indicated, I know that I probably will have gotten this from the DWS, because the infrastructure, as I've indicated, is actually way too old. And in terms of the growing population, it is a problem. It cannot really carry that, which is why some of the project, it's just unfortunate that the project that we have planned, if we were to present in terms of some of the project that we have now, cannot really be funded in terms of where we get in the funds. And I think when the CFO was presenting a bleak picture in terms of our ability to collect revenue, really shows the challenges that we are having. So to say we are addressing all of them, I will be lying. We still have those challenges, but I think we attended a summit in January where some of these things, much as we were better off in terms of the blue drop and the green drop, but we still having challenges, which is why on as and when these are reported, we are trying to resolve. At some instances, we have to go out on 7 days tender in terms of us trying to resolve some of the challenges and address the tiffin challenges that relates to spillages, specifically in Forestback, as well as in Bethlehem, Butlokong, which will also cover the part of Fogelfontein, as we indicated, and Buchan Park. the township regeneration. Tate Modise, I really concur with what you are saying in terms of our infrastructure. I think the only problem that is there in the municipality is that most of the infrastructure has been neglected for a quite considerable period of time. So for us to really improve on that, it will definitely require money. So the plans we may develop, but the challenge is that if you may have seen the presentation between the municipality for the past 2 years, I think at some point the municipal measure was suspended for a considerable period of time. Since 2020, the municipality did not have the CFO, the contract of the senior managers came to an end. So in terms of that, it has an impact in terms of providing leadership in the municipality, which will have culminated in some of the challenges that the municipality is experiencing. That in itself will then explain what the commissioner was reflecting on, and I think you also touched on that. Some of the projects that I've also seen as we were conversing with the AG is that some of the projects that were supposed to have been implemented have not been implemented since 2021. As I started in the municipality in August last year, there were no senior managers. I think the council will have only appointed 18 senior managers in June 2023. And as it stands, at a time, even in terms of the SCM committees, there were no SCM committees, which were, in essence, we were unable to even appoint, because in the absence of those SCM committees, we were unable to appoint. So that was part of the challenge. We started to gain traction around September when these committees were now functional. I actually accept that most of the challenges, the absence of the senior managers will have actually contributed to the challenges that the municipality will have experienced in the past. Maybe which then talks to the poor management that the commissioner has actually reflected on. So, Commissioner, I will not necessarily just that your use of way to say I'm actually presented the sanitized report. I'm just trying to make ends meet, and to actually come in front of you and lie and say things are hunky-dory, it will be very disingenuous of me. So certain things, it's only now that we're trying to put system in place so that we can actually get the municipality back on track. Sifu.
You must respond to the irregular appointments.
The irregular appointment, Chairperson, there are two legal opinions that we had actually tried to source, which was advising the municipality. With the first one that I got was saying the municipality must actually, one, consult with the labor unions in terms of either agreeing on a constructive, for lack of a better expression, constructive dismissal or retrenchment. That is the phrase that they were using. But I think it's actually going to be very difficult. Just to mention that I think I was in the news and the WhatsApp groups to say I'm intending to terminate the employment contract, which is not necessarily the case, because I'm just trying to see how best we can, because as it is, even in terms of our employee cost, it is actually way overboard in terms of what we are paying for our employees. So the second one, it is just that there will have been instances where some of these employees whom their contract will have come to an end will have actually taken the municipality to either bargaining council in terms of wanting to be reinstated. So I had actually requested a second opinion, because the first one, as I indicated, was either saying there should be negotiations between the municipality and the labor unions in terms of negotiating the terms of the constructive retrenchment that I'm talking to. Then the second one was basically saying you either terminate all of them, which will ultimately lead to labor disputes, because they will definitely go to labor relations in terms of your unfair labor practice and unfair dismissal. Then the third one was saying all those employees should be absorbed into the municipality and been placed in some other positions which may not necessarily require or actually where they do not really meet the specific requirements, because the understanding is that some of the employees who are in the employ of the municipality were actually recruited, not really meeting the requirements of the positions that they are holding. I then requested a second opinion, which was basically saying the clause in the collective agreement, I think 18.1 of the collective agreement, which in a way will have taken the powers of the accounting officer or the municipality in terms of following the proper procedure in terms of the recruitment, was not really adhered to. And we're trying to see if we will be allowed, when we contest that, to actually follow the actual process of recruitment, which will afford other people who are qualified or competent to actually occupy those positions. And in the meantime, these that are actually in the employ of the municipality will then have to negotiate between ourselves and the union in terms of what will be the way forward beyond the process.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, follow-up questions. Mr. Modise, Mr. Mpure.
Just to follow up, do you know whether the skills of these irregular appointees and whether these are people that can be, absorbed into municipality to speak, and to respond to service delivery if that is possible? Secondly, my last question is, the municipal public account committee, is it investigating these irregular expenditures and really so that it can hold account, people who, functionaries who were handling, the funds of the municipality and all that? And then what percentage of budget have you set aside, for maintenance and projects on infrastructure? Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Mpure.
Thank you, Commissioner. The other matter that I have is a complaint from SACP in Forisbeck. They complain that municipality have not issued sites in Forisbeck in the last 20 years. They say that the land was approved for development in 2016, but no allocation has taken place. They also complain about water cuts that are implemented without notice. They say certain areas in Forisbeck do not have water at all. They also complain that there's no schedule for water tankers. Sometimes water tankers come and sometimes they don't come at all. So that's a complaint from ACCP. Since we are talking about water, I would like to find out if whether municipality also has a water development plan, and further whether municipality also has the integrated waste development plan. If you do have those documents, we would also like to have them if you can submit it to us. Thank you. Or further, if you have the water shading schedule, we would also like to have that. Thank you.
You have all those plans that we require from you. Did you write it down?
I was just trying to follow. I think that the water development plan, the waste,
yes, the integrated waste management plan.
Yes.
Yes.
As well as
if your municipality has a water shading.
Okay.
Yes, we can.
Then we can send that beyond this session, I believe. Okay.
Within 7 days, please.
Okay, Chair.
Within 7 days. All right. Just on, we remain concerned about, based on the complaints we receive on a daily basis regarding service delivery in Ditlabeng, based on what the AG presented yesterday, there still remains challenges with regards to service, to water provision, especially in informal settlements, and I think you have also acknowledged that. Also with regards to sanitation and sewage spills. But the Auditor General has also pointed out theft, vandalism. I would also define vandalism as sabotage to a certain extent. Firstly, you know, what commitment can we get from the Tlabeng with regards to addressing the water challenges, especially in the disadvantaged areas, also with regards to sewage spills, and then please address us on theft, vandalism, sabotage. How are you dealing with that? And then lastly, this is not an instruction, it will not be in our report, but just friendly advice from me based on my previous experience. Seek another legal opinion on the irregular appointments and ask your legal representative to base his or her opinion on the Khumalo Constitutional Court judgment. Because that is why you are getting two contradictory opinions. There is a Constitutional Court judgment that deals with irregular appointments. All right. Can we get a response on those issues? Do we have clarity on the documents now? No? You have written all of them down that we require from you. Just a response on, you know, water provision, sanitation, sewage spillages, theft, vandalism, sabotage. How are you dealing with that? And then also Mr. Modise's concern.
Chair, let me allow the CFO to respond first, and then I will follow.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think there were questions regarding irregular expenditure and what we're doing to address it. I think we must go to slide number 27, please. Thank you. There was a question by, I think it was Mr. Modise, that was saying the totals of irregular and wasteful expenditure. There's a total 791 million rand as at the end of 2023. These are unaudited figures, but I thought I'd put them in there, or else it'd be a bit of a bad reflection. Then the next slide will then show the wasteful expenditure. It'll be 256 million rand. The measures to reduce the irregular expenditure, we've improved the SEM controls there. There were never bid committees, and we were always failing on the bid committees. The bid committees, they need 4 senior managers, a minimum of 4 senior managers. And unfortunately, there were not 4 senior managers within the municipality. So then things went awry and so forth. Regarding the wasteful expenditure, that's purely interest. It's interest on Eskom, hence the debt relief that we're going for. That will reduce that figure greatly. We do pay third parties on time. All this receiver revenue, I paid VAT today. Yesterday. If I paid it today, I would have had a fine. So we're proactive with the receiver revenue and obviously pension funds and so forth. So it's only really the Eskom account that's hindering us in that process. The impact must get involved to investigate those matters. These are going to lie like an axe on our necks unless they declare themselves on that. They must either investigate, report it, open cases, whatever they see fit. I think that answers Mrs. Murajele's thing on the irregular and wasteful expenditure. And Mr. Modise, you hinted to the going concern. The going concern is caused by our debtors are currently 1.5 billion rand, and our creditors are 1.2 billion rand. But of those debtors, the 1.5 billion, we've got 1.315 billion provision for doubtful debt. So on the balance sheet, we've only got 178 million rand as debtors. So you can see the whole balance sheet, and which we've got investment property of 147 million rand. I can't sell off streets. I can't sell off sewage works and things like that. So the whole balance sheet is is disjointed when it comes to that. You know, we're down by R1 billion. And that's what we're trying to address. Now, in order to address it, we've got to reduce the debtors. Thereby, was it indigents? We've got too few indigents. We've got 8,000 indigents only. We're trying to get that up. And then we're going to write off those debts, investigate those indigents, write off that debt, use our provision of 1.3 billion. Government debt, we're going after them now. We're disconnecting electricity, and we're going to restrict water to suppliers where we do not provide electricity. So we've got to get that one done. Now, on the creditor side, we've got that debt relief. We're managing our creditors pretty well at the moment. It's only Eskom that we've got an issue with. So we've got to get that. If we can get that, we've got 3 years to get it right. If we can get that, our going concern, I feel, should be addressed. Regarding township regenerative plan, sorry, Emma, I'm just going to jump in here with regards to that. We're starting a ward-based budget so that the community can see exactly what's happening in their ward. Now, a ward that, let's say, I got a ward as an example. There's maybe 20 indigents in this ward. Their payment rate is something like 2%. So in that ward, there's definitely a problem. There's not enough indigents, or they're not paying for their services. So when we do a ward-based plan, we're going to base their income on that plan, and the services, tell them, this is the services we can afford to your area. So that the community can then know that they must either register as indigents or start paying for services. So that's just something on the township regeneration plan. Regarding the wastewater treatment works, we have applied for the MIG funding. They are allowing 10% of the MIG funding for, they call it R&M fund. They don't want to call it repairs and maintenance the other day. They wanted to call it repairs and regeneration, if I get it right. Don't hold me now to that word. Yeah, and that's 10%. So we're looking at about 4 million rand that's going to go into the Bethlehem wastewater treatment works in the 2024-25 financial year. It's an easy and quick spend, and they're encouraging us to do that, so that will definitely get done. Regarding the landfill site mismanagement, the landfill site, we are closing. I'm sitting on a tender on Wednesday, or that's basically tomorrow at 2 o'clock. We're sitting on a bid adjudication committee to appoint a service provider to assist with the management of the waste, the waste site. I think I've covered, and then I touched on investment property. We got property worth 147 million rand in our balance sheet, which I think we must get rid of and then put it, convert it into cash and convert that cash into rates and taxes. Thank you.
Chair, I think I am taking your advice in terms of us seeking a legal opinion in terms of dealing with these temporary employees. So I'll not necessarily talk to that. Mpore, I'm also aware, because the complaint that you're referring to, I have seen it as well. Safe to say, I'm fully aware that it's not only in Forestburg where the sites have not been issued. I think most of the towns in Dihlabeng, we have not been able to issue sites, which is something that we're trying to address. I think when I started, I have actually signed most of them. It's just that there were some problems here and there in terms of addressing that. But the main problem that, if I may have my way, I will try and avoid, is the tendency of us as municipalities to allocate sites where there's no provision of services. Because half the time, when we succumb to the pressure of communities saying we want site, we end up appointing a quantity surveyor to probably do the PECs and then give them sites where there are no sites. It's just a matter of time. Basically, it's a time ticking bomb when they will be out in the street because there are no services. So part of the process that I've actually embarked on was that we have been assisted by cooperative governance, human settlement to be exact, in terms of the township establishment around Forestburg as well as around Clarence, to some extent also as in Paulru. In terms of those, the processes are actually at a very advanced stage to do that. we will be doing the same in and around Bethlehem as well to address the same. As I was going through the list that I have actually received, it's just that I had to be sort of meticulous in terms of what I'm signing. There were some errors that I've actually picked up. Unfortunately, at the time, there was no director, so those that were dealing with that, I assumed that they would have actually committed mistake, either deliberately or maybe oblivious to the fact. So I just wanted to be sure, because if I may make a typical example, to me it does not make sense if I will be allocating sites. You find that there's an aged person who is in the region of 70 and so forth, still do not have a site, and there's somebody, 2,000 in the temple, because what's then will be accessing a site. So I'm just trying to address those issues, and those are some of the things that I would have picked up. I think one typical example, as I was signing, I realized that in terms of the deed or the document that I was signing, the ID that was reflected there was not necessarily an ID, because I think it has about 9 numbers. So as I was questioning that, my understanding is that chances are it's actually not an ID, but it might be probably a passport number. So in Forestburg, Clarence, you will actually find those things. So I had to actually try and cleanse the data so that when you do that, we do not really create problems by merely allocating site to people who are not necessarily deserving. It's a bit of a tedious situation, a process, but we're trying to circumvent that. And in terms of us responding to the complaints, not only SACP, but I have had engagements with people from Forestburg who had raised the same thing. So we're trying to address that. I might have missed that. These are some of the questions that you have. I'm trying to capture, but you'll remind me. But 2 things from you, Commissioner. In terms of addressing our water challenges, I think some of the projects that I've already alluded to, that's our initiative in terms of addressing our water challenges. So we are hopeful that if we can actually get this on track, we'll be able to address these challenges that we are having in relation to water as well as sanitation. We are actually appreciative that I think there's a common saying that water is life. So is your proper sanitation also, people need to have that so that we do not pollute, which will be in contrast our water challenges. The reality is that water in itself, I think we must not shy away from the fact that South Africa is actually a water scarce country. So our ability to also address the leakages where possible, it will also assist. I think part of what we should be addressing is that the more we delay in terms of us fixing the leaks and stuff, it is also a wastage on our part, because we are probably wasting the potable water or the clean water that we will have actually invested in terms of buying chemicals and stuff. And that is the message that I've been trying to inculcate to our colleagues who are working on the water system, but also to ensure that those that are in that space also understand that the importance of water. So we're trying to do that. Responding to theft and vandalism, it's a bit of a tricky situation, because unfortunately you find that the pictures that I have, as I was talking to on my way here, people who are actually vandalizing our infrastructure, you find that some are foreigners. I will not necessarily mention countries so that I'm not seen as if I'm actually xenophobic. They are foreigners, much as they are working with the people that are from our own locality. But I think I'm trying to address that working with the security the section in the municipality, because my thinking is that it's not innocent. It's not even, it does not really need a scientist to actually pick that. There might be some of us who are actually involved in terms of doing that. So we're trying to include or involve the security companies around, and even use of technology in terms of picking if there could be tampering in terms of our own infrastructure, being the cable. So I'm actually on the scout in terms of getting people who could assist us in terms of having this. I believe that At times, if you have the humans really, because if we were to deploy security, it's not guaranteed that they will actually do the protection as you want. So we want to commend in terms of having the security, the physical security, and the use of technology in terms of trying to harness the challenges that we're having with vandalism. But the reality is that it is still escalating. So at this moment, I have engaged, there's one security company that has also assisted us. I have already requested from the electricity department for them to identify what I regard as our critical infrastructure, where we'll then have to probably implore the use of technology so that at least we'll be able to pick on these things in advance so that we will be able to react swiftly so before they actually damaged. And we are trying to, much as that will actually need a bit of escalation in terms of our ability in terms of to quickly respond. But the reality of it is that some of the, I may not necessarily have facts to prove this, but in some instances, when these people are handed to the law enforcement, because you might not necessarily have all the evidence and stuff, they are released so that it creates a problem. And the chances are if they go back, at one point we actually, the security that we're using stopped a truck that was from the neighboring country going to the other province, which they had cable and stuff. But there wasn't much because somebody was saying, we can't really identify that this is our cable, yet we would have had that. Part of the problem why we have challenges in Forestburg is because these people will just walk across the river and actually damage and go back. And somebody was arrested, but there wasn't much that could be done because this person was saying, I was crossing from somewhere else, but not necessarily, unless you caught them red-handed. The ones that I'm referring to, if I could, I can even show you pictures where this person was actually arrested, but 3 we actually managed to run away. But we are trying, actually making strides to try and harness that.
I think you were correct. There's a question that you left out. These people that were appointed, through irregular means. The question was, are these people with, qualified skills that can be absorbed into municipalities? We understand that Commissioner suggested, Kumalo's constitutional matter, or these are just people who are not adding value, to the municipality, and yet they are being paid. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I have a question about your ward budgeting that you indicated. Can you very briefly tell us how that will work? Because, there are some wards that have residents who can pay rates and taxes and all of those, and then you have wards where the majority of the population would be indigent. And so I'm worried then about the development of an inequality in service delivery based on the incomes of the respective wards. And then also, the water issue in your municipality is dire. And yesterday we were talking with the Maluti Apofu municipality about water mafias, or was it today? I'm not sure. Today, yeah. Can you indicate to us if there may be something similar happening in your municipality in terms of municipal officials collaborating with private officials to prevent the resolution of service delivery challenges so that you may be perpetually on tender for things like water tanks and so on? Is that something you are picking up since your arrival?
Based budgeting, I'll leave it to the CFO, and that's my reservation as well. In the municipal breakdown in terms of our area, the view from the Forestburg where it's a challenge, which is why we may have complaints like that Tempore has raised, where we'll then have to say something without really evidence.
But if you were to buy those trucks, it will be better for the municipality, wouldn't it? as opposed to contracting, paying someone?
It will. That's one. I think on my way here, I was actually talking to the acting director. Somebody will have actually approached me that geoscience is also willing to assist us. I'm gonna explore that to see if they could assist us. But I think buying our own resources would be better instead of. But part of what we're also trying to do is also to try and engage the farmers around those areas, which is a bit timid in terms of them being willing to work with us, but so that at least we reduce the cost of tankering water. I think that's one of the options that we need to actually opt for. PM, I was trying to run away from your question, but similarly I can run, but I cannot hide. PM, the reality is that, as I indicated, some do not qualify. And I do not know what informed the recruitment of some of those people, but some really do not really add value in terms of what we are expecting, because part of those temporary employees, instead of focusing on service delivery, I do not think the intention was to address service delivery. Some are in offices not really adding value. You just have to find means that you actually having them doing something in the office. So that's some of the things that we really need to grapple with, so that we do not really take a blanket approach. But from what I've actually picked up, some really do not qualify in terms of doing what they were actually called on to do. But
Any other questions, follow-ups? Are we?
Developing. Said there's a ward with 20 and a bigger portion, because it's a poorer area where where 190 million rand, 180 million rand of the equitable share. That will then be used to balance out the services within the area. I think it's just to get the costing right. Costing to me is very important when it comes to a budget. Thank you.
So many follow-up questions. And you thought you presented a very sanitized report to the Commission, MM. Starting with you, Thabo, and then you're done. Ms. Morojele.
Thank you, Chair, for the indulgence. No, I think all these questions is because I think your presentation was quite comprehensive, and the things you have raised have really have us thinking. And I think also your truthfulness and transparency also is enabling us to really think the issues through. The final thing I would like to find out is preparedness for emergencies. I think your municipality has experienced some natural disasters in the form of flooding, I think for at least 2 or 3 consecutive years in the summer rainfall months. So I wondered, do you have any disaster mitigation plans, any risk plans in place? Thank you.
Just that question. Disaster management. Just a response to the question.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think in December we will have submitted to Council our contingency plan in terms of addressing that, because the 5 to the 6 of we had storm ravaging the Dihlabe municipality. But the truth of the matter is that most of our policies and documents and even these strategies are sort of outdated. So in terms of the competency for us to do that, we're working on that, and we also working with the district as well as the province in terms of the updating. And but as it stands, the only one that I can say with certainty is the contingency plan that we have actually presented to Council, and that was approved. But going forward, the intention is that as we do, because we'll be embarking now on our IDP, because your disaster management plan and some of the strategies are supposed to be the attachments to the sector plans in terms of what you're submitting on the IDP. The law requires us to review that on an annual basis, but I think in the past that was not done. And part of what I should be doing is to ensure that we do that religiously, so that we just do that, we're just not doing that as a matter of malicious compliance.
All right. From my side, just on a different topic, do you have a plan to fix your roads, not only in Bethlehem, but also the other towns? Last time I drove through some of your towns, it was in a terrible state, the roads now. What is the plan? When can we, especially when you drive to Durban through Bethlehem, when you enter, you pass, as it ended, the casino, that part looked terrible the last time I drove there. Any plan to fix the roads in all the towns in the municipality?
Chair, I couldn't agree with you more. Part of what I was saying when I started, back in the days, Bethlehem or the Tlabeg in general used to have, your Clarence and so forth, used to have the best of roads. But I think over time, they basically deteriorated. And I think a CFO sitting next to me will know that I will have had on a number of occasions some of the 7 tenders that we had actually issued. We are trying to address that. The only difference, the ones that you are referring to, would be the N5, the R26, which I think Sandra was saying they're going to take over, because the one that you're basically referring to is actually under the auspices of Sandra, which is a problem. But there's a part that we are actually taking responsibility. But it's one of the critical things that we really have to address, and we're working on it. I think in the past month or so, we will have done some work. We're not yet there yet, but we're actually trying to improve, because if you would have just driven through Bethlehem on your way to Durban, 2 weeks ago, I literally was watching in some of the areas with the managers to say, we really can be proud of ourselves if people will have to travel in roads like this. The unfortunate part, for the mere fact that most of the people do not know me, they will be crying with me to say, report to the municipality, and I'm sitting there thinking to myself, if they only knew that I'm supposed to be actually addressing these things. But we are actually working on that to address our state of the roads, Commission.
Thank you so much. Okay, I'm back. Am I? Yes. All right, CFO, thank you for honoring the inquiry today. Thanks for traveling from Bethlehem to Mangaung and to appear before this inquiry. Let me also thank you for your honesty, both you and the CFO. But we will only be certain of your honesty after we have issued our report with findings and recommendations, and we monitor the implementation of the recommendations. So please, when you receive the report, it will probably be launched formally within 5 to 6 months from now, because we have to write a report addressing all the challenges in the Free State Province. Please ensure that you implement those recommendations. Then lastly, we've also implemented a rapid response approach, and we have been struggling with municipalities, where we receive complaints from community members, and the office then tries to get hold of someone in a municipality to immediately address attend to a crisis or to address service delivery issues in general. But we seldom succeed in speaking to a person in a municipality. So I'm going to request you, just to provide, Lesego, just raise your hand, just to concentrate. Oi! Just to provide Lesego with the name and contact number of a person who we can contact to deal with concerns raised by community members urgently. rapidly. So I need that name and telephone number today, so that we don't, at a later stage, have to convene and all these things. If you can attend or assist us to attend to the complaints we receive by means of identifying a contact person in the municipality, that would really assist. Do you, have clarity now on the documents that you need to provide to us within 7 days? All right, who can deal with complaints on a very, very urgent basis. Thank you once again, gentlemen. Thank you for the honesty. Thank you for the hard work. I can see the two of you as new brooms are really pulling your weight. Thank you. You are released.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Thank you, Commissioner.
For record purposes, we will admit the Sabings bundle as bundle number 8 for record purposes. Thank you.
You are excused. Thank you. Lesego, make sure that the doesn't run away. Lesego is our head of security, that's why I've identified her.
I was looking for a different
Thank you very much for we did justice to the process. Peacemore, this is now, don't have to go through formal processes now. Anything that we still need to conclude today? Are we done? Sure. So we will reconvene then at what time? Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. First municipality will be? Machabeng. Oh, goodness. Ouch. All right. Thank you. Inquiry is adjourned. Thank you. I love that question. I love that.